Chapter 273. The scarlet grassland slowly receded in front of them. The entire grassland was filled with an indescribable fragrance that made people feel refreshed. Yun Nuashing looked at the boundless grassland and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know how big this god manor was. Not only were there mountains and forests, even the grassland had appeared. It was all scarlet red. Even the clouds floating in the sky were red, as if they had been dyed red by the blood ingots. Even the sky was red. Walking alone on the red grassland and looking at the empty space beside him, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. He felt a little unaccustomed to walking alone. Now, even Ming wasn't in his arms. He didn't seem to have tried walking alone before, right? Except for that time in the Serene Flame Pavilion. Hey, where did everyone go? Yun Nuashing sighed faintly. He looked at the huge floating cross on his right and patted it with emotion. Only you and I are left. On the vast red grassland, there were a few huge rocks that would recede in his line of sight from time to time. Yun Nuashing carefully avoided the huge rocks to prevent the scarlet cross from hitting them. Brother Yin, let's discuss something. In the distance, someone shouted with a sorrowful tone. When Yun Nuashing heard that, he turned around. The scarlet cross was like a huge pillar that followed him in a circle and swept across the sky. Damn. Brother Yin, let's talk nicely. Don't be rough. 30 meters away, Yuan Shi and the others saw the huge red pillar sweep over their heads. Although they knew that they couldn't reach it or hit it, their faces still turned pale in an instant. They hurriedly fell to the ground and felt the cold wind lick their necks. They had goosebumps. Little boy, why don't you put that thing down? Yuan Qian also felt the cold wind. Although she was a demon rank expert, she probably wouldn't feel good after being hit like that. Her face turned pale immediately and she hurriedly advised. Hey, don't. What if they take it away? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the corpses on the ground in confusion. She shook her head and smiled. Little friend, this old man swears on my honor that such a thing will never happen. The old man was also scared and hurriedly roared. When they first left, everyone was still walking beside Yun Nuashing and nothing happened. It wasn't until they crossed a mountain that he tripped and the huge scarlet cross swept across the crowd. The old man should have been able to stop it, but he didn't react in time and was sent flying along with everyone else. From then on, everyone was at least 30 meters away from Yun Nuashing. Nuan. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the scarlet cross beside her. Then she looked at the frightened crowd and thought for a moment. Then she smiled and nodded. Big sister Yuan, your partner is so cute. Tian Yuan Shensi turned his head stiffly and looked at Yun Nuashing, who was humming a little tune, and laughed dryly. That's why he's cute, hearing the praise. Yuan Qian pouted proudly and smiled as she held Yun Nuashing's hand. However, looking at her footsteps, for some reason, she looked like she was ready to retreat at any time. Xian ran her fingers through her hair and stood beside Yuan Qian. She smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Ming, who was in her arms, grabbed onto her clothes tightly, afraid that she would disappear in an instant. He looked at Yun Nuashing with a pale face and cried, Big brother is a bad guy. I don't think I did anything, right? Yun Nuashing turned her head in confusion. She didn't know why everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Big brother Yin, Grandpa Yin, can you not be like this? Wang Qin couldn't bear the psychological pressure and was on the verge of breaking down. That's right. Little brother, can't we get along well? Lu Yi looked at Yun Nuashing with lingering fear. Nuan, I really didn't do anything, right? Yun Nuashing scratched her head. She didn't know what she had done. Everyone was furious. F***CK. Put down the scarlet cross. At this moment, Yun Nuashing indeed didn't lift the scarlet cross horizontally. Instead, she raised it vertically. It was 30 meters tall and could be seen from afar. Is this okay? Yun Nuashing hung the scarlet cross above her head. No. Everyone was so scared that they were about to have a heart attack. Anyone who saw something that even ordinary demon rank experts couldn't lift would be scared half to death, right? Little boy, big sister is begging you. Don't challenge our psychological bottom line like this, okay? Yuan Qian was also about to cry. Although she could barely bear the weight of the cross, it was still terrifying to see it hanging above her head. This wasn't a problem of resistance, it was a problem of psychological quality. Even though she had experienced a great battle, her mental state was crumbling at this moment. Calm down, calm down. The old man stroked his beard as if nothing had happened. Okay. Seeing that everyone was about to cry, Yun Nuashing helplessly scratched her head and put the scarlet cross back into her pendant. Phew! Seeing that this adorable girl finally put away the scarlet cross, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yun Nuashing stopped in front of a volcanic crater. He stuck his head out and looked inside. Then he nodded and said with a smile, "It's inside." Although Yun Nuashing used her evil spirit eye to scan the entire manor, she didn't look carefully at that time. Therefore, it took her a while to find it. It was indeed inside the volcano. She saw it when she looked inside. Little boy, you have courage. Big sister will take you to the lava sea to play. Hearing this, Yuan Chen smiled. She wasn't too worried. Although the lava was an extremely dangerous place for some cultivators with lower cultivation, it was fine for them to go down with their cultivation. This old man will go down too. Although we created this world, so many years have passed. I don't know if there will be any danger. The old man nodded and took the lead to jump down. Xingxing, be careful. Don't try to be brave. Xian looked at the boiling lava below. Even from afar, she could feel a wave of heat. She took 2 steps back in fear and looked at Yun Nuashing with concern. And it's fine. Yun Nuashing smiled. Then, Yuan Qian led her into the lava. The scorching heat waves hit her body, making it unbearable. Immortal qi broke out of her body along with the purple night flame, completely protecting her and Yuan Qian. The latter also released a majestic demonic qi, tightly wrapping the two of them and pushing the lava away. All they could see was a sea of red. In the lava world, they couldn't even tell their direction. Violent fire elemental energy rushed towards Yun Nuashing and Xian. However, when it came into contact with the purple night flame, it was filtered out and turned into pure energy. Little boy, you're fire. Seeing that the violent energy was dissolved, Yuan Qian couldn't help but take another look at the light purple flame. It's just a rather special kind of flame. Yun Nuashing smiled at her. He didn't tell her about the purple night flame. The divine flame involved too much. Although they had known each other for a while and he knew that Yuan Qian was trustworthy, he still didn't want to tell her everything. After all, she was different from Xian and Ming. They hadn't known each other for long. The former wouldn't tell her everything. Even Xian, he only told her everything not long ago. Oh. Yuan Qian wrinkled her small nose and didn't ask any more questions. Mei Mao stared down and sped up. However, she didn't see the old man. They didn't know how long they had been diving at this speed. Yun Nuashing gradually felt a little pressured. He couldn't keep using the purple night flame for a long time. However, if he released it, the surrounding lava would instantly swallow them. He only had the strength of an immortal. It was still fine if he stayed in the lava for a while. However, after such a long time, the pressure of the lava below would only increase. Gradually, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Little boy, big sister is still here. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was struggling, Yuan Qian gave him a reassuring smile and asked him to remove the power. I can still hold on for a while. Yun Nuashing shook his head. When he had time, he used the characteristics of the spiritual divine body to absorb the filtered fire elemental energy and recover the energy he had just consumed. The lava would automatically disperse when it came into contact with the purple night flame. It could be said that there were no obstacles in their way. Even so, Yun Nuashing and the others didn't know how long they had been diving. They saw some marks along the way that seemed to be left behind by the old man. They kept going deeper. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to retreat, their speed slowed down. The surrounding lava had already turned blue. They didn't know how high the temperature was, but Yun Nuashing felt a little better. That was because the energy here was denser, and he could absorb it without restraint. For a moment, the purple night flame that enveloped them suddenly expanded. The speed that had just slowed down was raised again. Yun Nuashing laughed. He released a dense purple flame and condensed it into the shape of an arrow. Under Yuan Qian's astonished gaze, he pulled her and rushed down rapidly. The arrow formed by the purple flame easily cut through the lava. The two of them swam in the lava like fish. After another 10 minutes, they slowly came to a stop. That was because the old man was standing in front of them. A vast aura enveloped him seamlessly, and the surrounding lava couldn't hurt him. "Little brother, did you take a fancy to this stone?" The old man felt that someone was coming behind him. He slowly turned his head and looked at Yun Nuashing and the others. He waved his sleeve and merged the two auras together. He looked at them strangely. What's wrong?" Yun Nuashing scratched his head. Actually, he didn't see it clearly that day. He only found it because he saw a very strange thing through the ground. The old man raised his eyebrows and pointed down with his withered finger. Yun Nuashing and Yuan Qian stretched their necks out of curiosity. They vaguely saw a round object in the blue lava. It was a black stone that was 5 meters in size. It was round like a ball, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. It bobbed up and down in the lava without any abnormalities. "Why is this stone here?" The old man scratched his head in confusion and asked in confusion, "Uncle, wasn't this stone originally here?" Yun Nuashing asked curiously. "Yes, this black stone is also a treasure of the garden. It's called the Black Ball, and it's worth 12,000 kilograms of celestial-grade Qian crystals. It has always been on the stone table outside the forest. A while ago, when I was counting, it disappeared. At that time, I thought I lost it. I didn't expect it to come here by itself." The old man looked at the black ball in confusion. I don't care. I'll choose it." Yun Nuashing smiled indifferently. He waved his hand and grabbed the black ball. Then he touched it carefully. However, he turned pale with fright and quickly withdrew his hand. "What's wrong? Are you scalded?" Seeing his handsome face change color, Yuan Qian nervously grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand. She quickly held it in her palm and blew on it a few times. Then she asked worriedly, "No, it's not scalded." Yun Nuashing shook his head and frowned. He said, "It's very cold. What?" The old man and Yuan Qian were a little shocked when they heard this. They looked at each other and then slapped their palms on the black stone. A chill passed through their palms, causing their faces to change color. This black stone was bobbing up and down in the lava. How could it be cold? After looking at it with his evil spirit eyes, Yun Nuashing grinned brightly. Chapter 274. Let's not care about him. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and thought for a while before giving up. With a mysterious smile on his face, he put away the round black ball. Seeing how carefree he was, the old man and Yuan Qian couldn't help but shake their heads. However, they didn't say anything. They looked at each other and nodded. Suddenly, each of them grabbed one of Yun Nuashing's arms. "Huh?" Yun Nuashing was stunned when he was suddenly grabbed. He didn't know what they were doing. He turned his head, but before he could react, he felt a terrifying acceleration approaching him. The scene in front of him suddenly became blurry. Yuan Qian and Yun Nuashing released the energy that they had been condensing under their feet like an explosion. They grabbed Yun Nuashing and shot up like a jet engine. A huge amount of energy surged, and the sea of magma seemed to have exploded as it churned vigorously. Splash! It took them half an hour to dive to the bottom of the lava. However, it only took them 1 minute to return from the bottom of the lava. After compressing the lava by 30 times, the three of them jumped out of the crater. With a gorgeous turn, they landed safely on the ground. That was so exciting. Why don't we do it again? Yun Nuashing shouted excitedly as soon as he landed. His eyes sparkled like stars. Yuan Qian pulled him into her arms again and doted on him. Everyone, of course, they didn't agree. They dragged him away. They weren't here to pick stones for you to play. Did you have too much fun and forget about the bet? Ah, there's still a bet. They're probably waiting anxiously. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing slapped his head in realization. He suddenly thought of something and shouted in panic. Everyone, you actually forgot about it. What about the other stone? The dozen of them ran wildly on the road in a row. It seemed like a sandstorm was blowing on the ground. Yuan Qian took the time to ask Yun Nuashing. Ah, I don't know either. After thinking for a moment, Yun Nuashing gave an answer that made everyone speechless. Uncle, is there any treasure around here? Yun Nuashing asked at the top of her voice. You don't say, there really is. The crystallizer master thought for a moment and called out. Then, with a magnificent turn, he immediately turned left and ran towards a certain place with everyone. Yun Nuashing and the others ran for a few minutes and arrived outside a red bamboo forest. Even the bamboo leaves were red, as if red was the only color in the world. It was a little dazzling after looking at it for a long time. In this bamboo forest, there is a strange stone that many people shook their heads when they saw it. However, with this old man's seventh sense, I always felt that this stone was a little out of the ordinary. However, no one has ever asked about it. If little brother can cut it open today, then it can be considered as fulfilling my wish. The crystal technique master stroked his beard and looked towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Then he let everyone in. Damn seventh sense. Yuan, she couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. That strange stone was very conspicuous. It had a brilliant and gorgeous color. Placed in a red bamboo forest, it was difficult not to be conspicuous. Before Yun Nuashing walked in, she saw the strange stone from afar, and her eyes slightly paused. Everyone walked closer to take a look and were stunned. At the same time, a thought emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Was this really not artificially made? They couldn't be blamed for having such thoughts. This strange stone was like a pillar. It was 1 meter tall and 2 meters long. It was surrounded by hundreds of spirals. The spirals on the outside even had some weathered holes. Even the pillar itself had signs of corrosion. Moreover, if one looked carefully, they would feel that the gorgeous and colorful pattern was like a girl standing in the wind, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Hee, this is the colored hair stone. The origin of the name is the same as what you see. It's just like that. What do you think? Little brother, do you like it? The crystallizer master rubbed his hands and turned sideways to let Yun Nuashing see it more clearly. At this moment, Yun Nuashing's face was illuminated by the colorful light like a magnificent gem. Her evil spirit eye opened directly. Looking at this strange stone called the colored hair stone, it was blurry and she couldn't see anything at all. It was even more powerful than the Scarlet Cross. This stone was moved out from the depths of the primordial divine mine. It has been placed here and hasn't been touched. It's worth 15,000 caddies of celestial grade glazed crystals. Because of the urgency of time, the old man also knew what Yun Nuashing wanted to ask, so he directly said it. 15,000 caddies. When Yun Nuashing heard this number, she immediately felt that her brain was about to explode. She was so scared that her evil spirit eye directly shattered. Although she didn't lack celestial grade glazed crystals, she had to use more than 1/30th of it for such a gamble. Anyone would feel heartache, right? I've already lowered the price. After all, this stone is from an extremely dangerous place like the primordial divine mine. The original price was much higher than it is now. However, no one has been interested in it for a long time, so the price has been lowered. If no one makes a move this year, this stone may continue to be lowered. The old man stroked his white beard and quietly said, "If you choose this old man will give you 12,000 caddies." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's depressed mood dissipated slightly. Looking at him, she asked curiously, "You can even lower the price without permission?" "We are in charge of the divine manor. Lowering the price a little is nothing." The old man smiled slyly and looked at Yun Nuashing expectantly. It seemed that he really hoped that she would choose this colored hair stone. Yun Nuashing looked at the colored hair stone hesitantly. Originally, he wanted to give up because he couldn't see what was inside at all. But now they had delayed for too long and didn't have time to choose. Moreover, he faintly felt that there might be some unexpected results. I hope that my moral quality is strong enough." Yun Nuashing sighed and agreed. Yuan Qian and the others were dumbfounded. Since when did celestial grade glazed crystals become so worthless? Just nodding his head was worth 12,000. Let's go. There's not much time left. Yun Nuashing shrugged her hands. She didn't explain much. She waved her hand to put away the colored hair stone and led the others to rush out of the bamboo forest. In the center of the divine manor, there was a huge square. In the past, many people came to the divine manor to gamble on the stones. Therefore, the square was specially built for the convenience of people to watch. At this time, the square seemed to be a little chaotic. There were many people sitting there. Some of them looked dignified and powerful. It seemed that some big shots had come. Why hasn't that guy come yet? It has been 3 hours. Is he afraid of the challenge? I don't think he knows how to choose the stones at all. He hesitated for a while and lost track of time. In my opinion, he saw too many strange stones and was a little indecisive. He wanted to buy all of them to try his luck. In the square, sarcastic remarks were heard from time to time. The man in blue stood in the square. His cold face was full of impatience. It seemed that he had been waiting here for a long time. On Xianing's side, there were 3 strange stones. There was a faint smell around them. It was obvious at first glance that they were not ordinary stones. "Look, the 3 strange stones chosen by Xianing are Xuanyu Gate, Ding Lingpu Waterfall, and Golden Stage. They are worth 9,000, 10,000, and 12,000 respectively. Altogether, they are 31,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Wow, 100 million Xian crystals of immortal grade. Does he think it is easy to get Xian crystals of immortal grade? Even if he is a genius from a crystal family, it will take him a lot of effort to get so many Xian crystals of immortal grade. Rich people can do whatever they want. They have a rich family. Are they crazy? Buying 3 stones with 30,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade? Even those gods are not so generous." Almost everyone takes a cold breath. That is easily 10,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Those big forces feel sad. How many talents can they cultivate with that? The white-haired old men in the square were the most agitated ones. They stared at the golden stage blankly. They had wanted to buy these treasures for many years. However, since someone shook his head and sighed, they didn't pay much attention to them. Was it because they wanted to see them for themselves? There, they seemed to be coming. Just as everyone was waiting with bated breath, someone seemed to have seen something from afar and hurriedly shouted, causing everyone to be stunned for a moment. They slowly turned their gazes, only to see a crimson sandstorm rising from the horizon. Under the sandstorm, over 10 people run side by side. Isn't the one in the middle Yun Nuashing? Seeing them come, Xianing lifts her eyes and sneers. She is just going to shout when she sees the sandstorm. She forgets to speak. At the moment, everyone is frozen, just like her. They only want to say one thing. What a great show! Sorry to keep you waiting. Yun Nuashing and his men run from the horizon. It takes them less than 2 minutes to get here. They step into the square and wave their hands to make the sand behind them fall. They look around and smile. You are finally here. We thought you were scared and ran away. Seeing his bright smile, a young man from a crystal family can't help sneering. The bet is not over. I surely won't run away. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing frowned unhappily. He didn't even look at him. His gaze swept over the 3 tall, strange stones, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The strange stones that the other party chose were also not ordinary goods. Have you made your choice? Xia Ning waves her hand. She takes a step forward and asks indifferently. Yes. Yun Nuashing nods. She touches the pendant with her finger. The light flashes, and everyone closes their eyes. Boom! Before their line of sight could recover, the ground suddenly trembled violently, almost causing everyone to fall to the ground. Everyone hurriedly steadied themselves, but just as they were about to shout out coldly, they were stunned. Then, the entire square resounded with the sound of people sucking in cold air one after another. The 30-meter-high Scarlet Cross stands in the square. Its heavy weight makes the square collapse for a few meters. Several cracks spread. Everyone is surprised by its size. Scarlet Cross, 10,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Black Ball, 12,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Colored Stone, 12,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Altogether, there are 34,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. The old man takes 2 steps forward. His indifferent voice echoes in everyone's ears. Everyone is shocked. Another man who spends hundreds of millions of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Is it easy to find Xian crystals of immortal grade? Cut the stones. Open them and see what is inside. You, check it out. The first to break the silence is the group of old men. They all shout hoarsely. They are all thick-necked and red-eyed. It seems that they are not here to watch the cutting of the stones, but to fight. Yes, hurry up. I am curious. The 6 stones are all treasures of the garden. It is worthwhile to come here. Everyone was infected and started shouting excitedly. The divine manor was in an uproar, and the sound even spread outside. The people outside were all watching the situation inside through the 2 huge crystal mirrors, and were also shouting excitedly. The entire street was in an uproar, and the noise was so loud that it seemed like it was going to overturn the divine Sky City. Xia Ning also seriously glances at the 3 huge stones, but in the end she says in a cold voice, "Okay, let's start to cut the stones." Yun Nuashing grins. Please. Chapter 275. Open the golden platform first. Let's see what's in it. No, cut the Scarlet Cross first. This is from Fanyan Mountain. It is as famous as Primordial Mine. However, it doesn't produce many stones. Whatever it contains must be very rare. Bullshit. Of course, we will cut the towering waterfall first. That is from the deepest part of Tianyuan Ancient Mine. Yun Nuashing has just said the word please, and Xia Ning hasn't started. While the old men have already become excited, they are shouting loudly as if they are going to fight. Don't be excited. We will do it one by one. They are both annoyed. It is rare that they shout at the same time to calm everyone down. Then they look at them and remember that Yun Nuashing and Xia Ning are the protagonists today. They smile embarrassedly and shut up at once. You may go first. Yun Nuashing strokes her head and smiles at Xia Ning. Hearing this, Xia Ning screws her eyes. She glances at Yun Nuashing for a while and snorts. She turns around and walks to the 6-meter long golden platform. She looks around at the towering waterfall and the tall Xuanyu school. In the end, she stares at the golden platform in front of her and holds out her hand. Xia Ning's hand shakes a few inches away from the golden platform. Suddenly it gives out a weak glow. A blue flame slowly rises from her palm. Is he crazy? Does he want to burn the golden platform? Seeing what he does, many people take a cold breath. They look at Xia Ning as if they are looking at a crazy woman. Hey, what do you know? This is the spirit fire. It is the product of spiritual compression. It is a kind of crystallization flame used to explore the inside of the strange stone. It is not powerful at all. An old man sneers to hear this. Hearing this, the people who scream all blush. They sense it carefully and find that there is no hot energy in it. Then, they see that Xia Ning slowly presses the spirit fire into the golden platform. The green flames melted into the golden platform, and a faint light shone from within, causing the golden platform to become a little more transparent, revealing what was hidden inside. A golden scabbard appeared. God, that is a magical sword. There is a peerless weapon in the golden platform. There are ancient words on the scabbard. It's an ancient, godly weapon. Go and get someone to hold the line. At the same time, when the golden greatsword appeared, the patterns on Yun Nuoxing's arm suddenly became a little hot, which made him a little surprised. After sensing for a while, he realized that the source of the disturbance seemed to be coming from the golden chains. Complete set? Yun Nuoxing muttered in her heart as she touched her forearm through her sleeve. She looked at the golden sword and smiled. Little boy, what are you laughing at? Yuan Qian couldn't help but ask when she saw the smile on his face. I'm fine. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and smiled. There's no need to invite them. They're already elders from various powers here. They're all here to watch the show. Just as the crowd was in an uproar, someone slowly stood up from the stairs at the edge of the square and walked to the center of the square. Ah! Yuan Qian suddenly let out a small scream and her pretty face changed. Then, under Yun Nuoxing's astonished gaze, she lifted her cloak that was close to the ground and shrunk back into it. Little boy, my uncle is here. Let me hide for a while. Yuan Qian smiled embarrassedly as she patted Yun Nuoxing's back. How can you hide someone like this? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes when he heard this. How can a cloak hide someone? After saying that, he slowly turned his head and realized that among the 10 people from the Yuan family, except for Yuan Shi, the others had all hidden behind someone else. This made Yun Nuoxing's face twitch. As expected of siblings, their way of hiding was so strange. The elders from the Nightmare Palace and the Yuan family are all gods. That aura! Hiss! I feel like my blood is freezing. The elders from the Outinga are here. When did these people get here? In the square, a young man in white, who is about 20 years old, slowly walks to the front of the golden stage. He doesn't walk very fast, but his steps are firm. There is a faint power spreading from him. He stands in front of the golden stage and glances at it. Then he nods and makes some gestures with his hands unhurriedly. As his gestures change, a huge array is quickly formed in the air. It rotates from the sky and slowly lands on the square. The core of the array is facing the golden stage. This array is specially used to suppress weapons. It can even suppress god-level weapons for some time. The young man claps his hands. He nods at Xia Ning and says indifferently, looking at the formation, Yun Nuoxing came to a realization. He felt an aura similar to Yuan Qian's from the white-clothed young man, and it was much stronger. According to his guess, the white-clothed young man was at least a divine underworld-level powerhouse. As if he feels something, the young man in white unconsciously looks at Yun Nuoxing. He frowns and glances at Xia Ning, who has started. Then he walks directly to Yun Nuoxing. The young man stands in front of Yun Nuoxing. He looks at him from head to toe and stares at him with his deep eyes. Senior, what do you want? The young man's eyes scare Yun Nuoxing. However, he still asks politely and calmly. The young man looks no more than 20 years old, but he must be an old monster who has lived for many years. The young man stared at the pair of light purple eyes and smiled inexplicably. He glanced behind him and smiled. He looks behind him and says, Qian, come out. I can sense your aura from far away. And you have been away from home for 2 years. Don't you want to go back and have a look? Our eldest brother is looking for you all over the world. He is going crazy. In the end, he looks at Zian and Jean Hung and smiles. We are exposed. Sure enough, we can't hide. Shit! Is sixth uncle a dog? What a headache! As soon as the young man finished speaking, a few gloomy sighs resounded in the surroundings. After that, Yuan Chi and the others walked out from behind the crowd with bitter smiles on their faces. They glanced at the young man before lowering their heads. They seemed like children who had made a mistake. Sixth uncle, why do you come to Sacred Sky City? Only Yuan Qian smiles sweetly and shows her white teeth. She comes out from behind Yun Nuoxing and looks at the young man as if nothing has happened. The young man helplessly shakes his head. He continues to look at Yun Nuoxing and says, You! Sixth uncle, look! Yuan Qian finds him staring at Yun Nuoxing. She feels a little panic. She hurriedly draws Yuan Shui to her and smiles brightly. Shui, has your curse been lifted? Seeing Yuan Shui's reaction, the young man feels shocked. Then he can't hide the joy in his eyes. He smiles happily. Sixth uncle, I'm sorry to have made you worry. Seeing this, Yuan Shui's Maimao blushes. She had been in a deep sleep for a long time. Then, she suddenly disappeared from the Yuan family. Her family was really worried. The young man shook his head. He patted Yuan Shui's shoulder and murmured, It's good that the curse is lifted. It's good that the curse is lifted. After a while, the young man calms down and looks at Yun Nuoxing. He says, You? Oh, yes. Sixth uncle. How is father? Is he okay? We left for 2 years. He's not angry with us, right? Yuan Qian smiled. It's good that you brought this up. Because of you, the family is in chaos. Hearing this, the young man frowns. He rolls his eyes and smiles bitterly. Ever since you left, eldest brother has not been able to eat or sleep well. He has been thinking about you day and night. If you want to leave, then so be it. At least leave a message to tell us. Why did you have to sneak away with the mobile palace in the middle of the night? You gave us a fright. If Yuan Shui had not disappeared, we would have thought that you had caused some trouble and ran away in the middle of the night. The young man smiled helplessly. We didn't do anything bad. Hearing this, Yuan Qian pouted angrily and patted the young man's shoulder. Now it seems that it was right to send you out earlier. Well done. Shui, our curse is lifted. We can finally relax. The young man nods and looks at Yun Nuoxing. He says, You, sixth uncle, when did you come? Yuan Qian hugs the young man's arm and shakes it gently. She smiles sweetly. Oh, I heard that there is a good show going on in the Divine Sky City, so I came to take a look. Half a month ago, I was still looking for you in the East Sea. In order to come here, I have crossed many portals. The young man sighs helplessly. Then the young man looks at Yun Nuoxing. He reaches out his hand and is about to put it on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. Don't touch him! Seeing him reach out his hand, Yuan Qian is completely anxious. She pounces into Yun Nuoxing's arms and puts her hands on his shoulder. She turns to glare at the young man like an angry kitten. She even grits her teeth angrily a few times. Seeing how protective Yuan Qian is, the young man is stunned. He looks at Yun Nuoxing's awkward expression with surprise. Everyone covers their faces. Yuan Qian has changed the topic time and time again because of Yun Nuoxing. They did not expect her to change the topic in the end. They do not know why the young man is so interested in Yun Nuoxing. He keeps mentioning her. Could it be that Yuan Qian has been seen through? As a parent, she is not very satisfied with this son-in-law. Is she going to make a move? The young man smiles. He still holds out his hand to slap Yun Nuoxing. Yuan Qian sees it. She is so scared that her face turns pale. She directly stands in front of Yun Nuoxing and closes her Maimao, as if she is waiting for some sharp pain. The young man passes Yuan Qian's weak shoulder and pats Yun Nuoxing. He glances at Yun Nuoxing with his deep eyes and smiles. Kid, you may take care of our good-for-nothing girl. What? Everyone is shocked. What? Yun Nuashing is shocked. She widens her mouth. The atmosphere seems to be frozen. Now, everyone is not paying attention to Xianing. Instead, they are gathered here. They may enjoy the cutting of the stone there. 6, 6, 6, Uncle 6. Yuan Qi is the first to react. He jumps to the young man and says, "What is going on?" They have just met, and he has already decided to marry Yun Nuashing? Isn't it too soon to meet the parents? It is not supposed to be like that. That's right. 6th uncle, how can you be so assured to leave my sister to this unknown guy? Yuan Yi also flies to them. She wants to draw Yuan Qian away from Yun Nuashing's embrace. However, she can't dissuade Yuan Qian. She can only turn to shout at the young man. The others also straighten their ears at once. They want to hear what the young man has to say. The young man is aware of their excitement. He mildly smiles. He stares at Yun Nuashing with his deep eyes and smiles. Her eyes are bright. Her soul is as deep as the sea. The immortal energy inside her is rolling like thunder. She has an excellent bone structure and a strong mind. She is only over 10 years old. She will be a great talent in the future, and she is quite good-looking. Everyone is speechless to hear his words. How can you see through so many qualities at a glance? We didn't see through her at all. Qian, you're not young anymore. The path of cultivation is long, but you're not the young master after all. You don't have to shoulder everything on your shoulders. You've been cultivating hard all these years and contributed a lot to the family. We know that you want to shoulder the heavy responsibility in the future alone, but you're still a girl. We all think that you don't have to shoulder so much. Leave the future matters to your 9th brother. We don't mean that you are wrong. What you do is for the good of the family. We can see that. She is almost grown up now. We think that you can also put down your burdens. The young man pats Yuan Qian's shoulder and smiles. Yuan Qian's delicate body trembled when she heard this. The light in her bright eyes dimmed a little. It was a pity to see her like this. The Yuan family is like the other families. They keep a close watch on the inheritance. Although my sister has achieved a lot now, I am still the Yuan family's god's spiritual body. I am the most promising person in the Yuan family to reach that level. The heavy responsibility should be on my shoulders. However, my sister thinks that I am still young. She wants to become stronger before I grow up so that she can protect us. At this moment, Yuan Qi transmitted a message to Yun Nuashing and told her some family matters. Do you feel guilty? After hearing this, Yun Nuashing sighed in her heart and transmitted a message to Yuan Qi. No, I feel very proud to have such a sister. She is the pride of the Yuan family. Yuan Qi was stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed and said loudly. Yuan Qian remained silent. She kept her hand on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and bit her red lips. Mei Mao stared at the ground gloomily. No one knew what she was thinking. Sigh, what a proud little girl. Seeing Yuan Qian like this, the young man shook his head helplessly and said, Forget it. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, I will leave the matters of the younger generation to the 10 of you. It's time for us old men to go home and drink tea and grow potted plants. I will leave the matters of the family to you. Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly. What was he trying to do? When Yuan Qian heard this, Mei Mao's eyes lit up slightly. However, she did not show any special emotions. She only pouted and snuggled in Yun Nuashing's arms without saying anything. Anyway, I will leave Yuan Qian to you. Don't bully her. In the end, the young man smiled and patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder before turning his head away. What do you mean, leave it to him to decide? Yuan Qian muttered and patted Yun Nuashing. Her face was a little red and she seemed a little embarrassed. She gently pushed Yun Nuashing away and clasped her hands together. She lowered her head and said, I haven't thought about getting married yet. Everyone smiled bitterly again. Sister, what do you want? You were hugging Yun Nuashing and looked like you would marry no one else but him. Now, you are acting like you don't want to marry anyone. Do you really want to play around, or are you embarrassed? You don't look embarrassed at all. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing smiled embarrassedly. Although he didn't say anything, everyone was talking about him, so he couldn't join in. It was rare that Yuan Qian let him go, so he tiptoed backwards, ready to slip away. Hey, little boy, where are you going? Sensing that he was going to hide, Yuan Qian reacted and raised her eyebrows. Her figure flashed and blocked Yun Nuashing's path, giving him a fright. No, I feel very awkward. Talking about me in front of me. I'm not used to it. You guys take your time talking. I'm leaving. With his path blocked, Yun Nuashing smiled awkwardly and shook his head. His expression changed drastically, and he was about to run away. You're not allowed to leave. Before he could take a step, Yuan Qian reached out and pulled him into her arms and hugged him tightly. Sister, please spare me. There are so many heroes in this world. Look, even your fifth brother is cuter than me. Why don't you go look for him? I can't accept this kind of treatment. Once again, his feet left the ground, and Yun Nuashing immediately laughed bitterly. What are you doing in front of your family? If I were to be misunderstood, the rest of my life would be over. Sigh. After he finished speaking, Yun Nuashing looked at Xian, hoping that she would help him. Seeing this, Xian smiled and hugged Ming, turned around and walked away. Ming even made a face at him. Yun Nuashing felt his heart turn cold. But I only want you, Yuan Qian said softly as she pressed her red lips against Yun Nuashing's ear. This made Yun Nuashing even more miserable. Miss, what do you like about me? I'll change it, okay? Zai laughed bitterly in his heart. When he heard this, Zai burst into laughter. Ahaha, little star, I warned you long ago to be careful, but you still didn't listen to me. Be careful that you don't become a femme fatale one day. Violet Knight couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. Get lost. Yun Nuashing was so tired that he could die. In the distance, the young man looked at the two of them with interest. He smiled but did not say anything. Chapter 276. When Yun Nuashing is having fun, Xia Ning doesn't stop her work. The emerald chips are splashed and fall to the ground layer by layer. Xia Ning holds the silver knife. She moves skillfully, elegantly, and delicately. The knife moves without any sound. In the end, there are even some shadows. The emerald stone pieces are seen falling slowly. The top of the 8 meters high jade door is also cut off in the fast movement of the knife. After a while, the door also turns into stone powder on the ground. Nothing comes out. Xia Ning is not worried. She looks at the 2 huge pillars and slowly puts the silver knife away. Her mental power flows out from her brain and gradually condenses into a thin and long sword in her hand. The green sword is 10 meters long. It has waves different from Yuanli and other energy. It is also a little different from soul power. It has shape and color, which is quite different from the invisible soul power. Xia Ning strokes the green spiritual sword and weighs it in her hand. Then she raises it over her head and gently slashes at the 2 stone pillars. Seeing this, the crystallizer can't stay calm. He can't help glancing at Yun Nuashing. Why does she use the same violent method as him? Is she crazy? Everyone cries in surprise. Is she cutting the stone? Is she destroying the stone? However, the green sword directly cuts into the stone pillars without leaving any trace on the surface. Everyone is shocked again. They are all confused. The crystallizer method Xia Ning shows is beyond their understanding. They have never seen it before. It must be left by the mysterious Tian, my guru. A moment after the spiritual long sword sank into the stone pillars, the 2 stone pillars suddenly blossomed with an unparalleled light. Then, with the sword as the center point, the jade-colored stone layer on both ends actually slowly fell off. The brilliant color reflected the entire horizon, causing everyone to close their eyes. An abnormally vigorous energy suddenly rose from the ground. Xia Ning holds the emerald sword and moves it down slowly. With the movement of the sword, the stone layer also falls off slowly towards the two sides. The 8 meters high stone pillars are completely cut open in 2 minutes. It is much faster than cutting them with the knife just now. The body of the sword hummed softly and disappeared after a moment. The 2 layers of stone also fell down at this moment, completely revealing the things hidden inside. 2 pillars of grade Xian crystals. The first treasure of the garden shows such things. It is shocking. Xianing's knife skills are unheard of. She doesn't hurt the Xian crystals at all. Well, everyone has the mental power. However, only Tian, my guru, can practice it. In addition, the sword can make the Xian crystals release their energy and open the stone layer automatically. He must have inherited the knowledge of Tian, my guru. With Yun Nuoxing's eyes, Ziyi sees everything. He says with admiration, Tian, my guru, Ziyi, do you know anything about crystal manipulation? Yun Nuoxing strokes between his eyebrows. He doesn't know much about crystal manipulation. Now, he can only rely on his evil spirit eyes. Sorry, I really don't know. Hearing this, Ziyi says helplessly, people of the Qi family see it. They are so angry that they are hurt inside. They feel that their internal organs are heating up. The 2 pillars are equal to 30,000 kilograms of grade Xian crystals. That is to say, the first strange stone can almost make back the cost of the Xian crystals. This time, they really suffer a great loss. Tian, my guru, Xianing has an immeasurable future. It is really enviable. Why don't we change our profession? It seems that learning crystal manipulation is more popular than being a cultivator. Ugh, do you think you can learn crystal manipulation as you like? Learning crystal manipulation also depends on your understanding. If you don't have a good understanding, you won't be able to learn it even after several lifetimes. Everyone is jealous. Xianing casually cut 2 huge pieces of grade Xian crystals out. 30,000 kilograms is equal to the value of all the collections of some second-class forces. It's your turn. Xianing casually pats her sleeves. She looks at Yun Nuoxing and sneers. Yun Nuoxing lifts his eyebrows and nods. He turns to look at the 3 strange stones. He thinks for a while and decides to cut the black ball first. He is curious about what he can cut from the stone that he has been thinking about since they met. His evil spirit eyes are running quietly. However, he doesn't open them to the second level. He only wants to confirm the specific location of the hidden thing. He doesn't need to see what it is. After taking a good look, Yun Nuoxing nodded his head. With a wave of his hand, the sky halberd appeared in his hand. A faint golden light enveloped it. This was done on purpose. He used the spirit acceptance divine body to wrap the sky halberd, so that no one could see the quality of the weapon. It is said that he cuts the stones in a strange way. He doesn't follow the rules at all. He cuts them all at once. Maybe he is also a crystal master. He sees it clearly and doesn't have any scruples. I don't know what that black rolling ball is. It feels like it's man-made. When the sky piercer appeared, some discussions could not be restrained. When the experts of the various forces saw the sky piercer, they were all stunned for a moment. They slightly narrowed their eyes, but after a moment, they gave up and turned their gazes away in astonishment. They actually couldn't see the grade of this weapon clearly. The sky piercer turns for 2 circles in his hand. Then, under everyone's surprised and confused look, he cuts 4 times horizontally and vertically. The stone that is nearly 3 meters long is cut away. There is only a black cube of 2 meters in length and width left in the middle. Unsurprisingly, this guy cuts the stones violently. Isn't he afraid of hurting the treasures inside? Shit, be gentle. If the treasures inside are damaged, can you afford the compensation? If they are damaged, what can you compensate us with? In the discussion of the audience, some young people from the Crystal family say something, which makes everyone frown. Why do they talk as if Xianing is sure to win? Can't they see that the young man is also not simple? Blinking his eyes, Yun Nuo Xingchuan acted as if he didn't hear those people's nonsense. He put away the sky piercer and picked up the black stone. With a flip of his hand, the golden blade that the old man gave him appeared in his palm. His evil spirit eye once again revolved, and he slowly cut down the concealed area in the middle. Until now, Xia Ning looked surprised for the first time. She also finds some clues. There is nothing in the discarded stones. However, she doesn't agree with what Yun Nuoxing does. She always feels that Yun Nuoxing is playing with destruction. Cutting stones should be done elegantly and naturally. However, when it is done by Yun Nuoxing, it is just a matter of cutting the stones horizontally. Yun Nuoxing doesn't cut as skillfully as Xia Ning. However, there is also a kind of natural beauty in his cutting. It is natural and smooth. The knives meet each other without any interruption. It is swift and agile. Every cut is like floating on the black stone, quietly leaving a shallow crack. Suddenly, Golden Saber stopped at a corner. He sheathed his saber and stood there. Everyone craned their necks, thinking that he was done. In the end, they saw that the black cube was covered with circles of cracks, but did not open. What's going on? Cut it now. Young man, don't keep us guessing. Cut it now. I can't wait. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing rolls his eyes. He holds the damaged black stone with his left hand and puts some strength in his right hand to slap it. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and black stone fragments danced in the air, exploding in all directions. A shocking light suddenly shot out, as if a small sun was blooming in the palm of his hand. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. After Yun Nuoxing seals it and the light weakens, everyone can see clearly what it is. In an instant, everyone feels that their heart stops. He also recognizes what it is. He is shocked. Under the black stone, there is a piece of 9-colored crystal about 5 feet in length and width. The red crystal occupies most of the middle area, while the other 8 colors surround the red crystal. Holy, holy, holy Xian crystal! Even the old men are so shocked that they stick out their tongues. They widen their eyes and rub their eyes unbelievably, thinking that they have seen it wrong. Yes, it is the holy Xian crystal of fire element, and if it were born 100,000 years later, it would definitely become the best Xian crystal. The old man says in a trembling voice, "Many crystal masters may not have the chance to see the holy Xian crystal in their whole lives. Now they can open their eyes. It is a great joy. Such a big piece of holy Xian crystal weighs at least 200 kilograms. It is equal to 250,000 kilograms of Xian crystal of immortal grade. The 2 levels are not at the same level at all. They are totally different from each other. One is a sacred object, while the other is an ordinary one. A powerful Shunming cultivator is so excited that his saliva splashes everywhere. Hearing this, Xia Ning and the others are all shocked. They don't look happy. They have just cut the first stone, and they are totally defeated. The entire street of the stone workshop was filled with a hubbub of voices. What a rare treasure! This was only the first piece of stone, and it was such a bomb. Holy Xian crystal, an unattainable semi-divine object, had appeared right in front of everyone's eyes. Originally, no one thought highly of Yun Nuo planet, and it could be seen from the bet. However, many people's expressions were extremely ugly at the same time as they were excited. They were even darker than ink because they thought of that bet, and it seemed like it was going to be wasted. In just the first round, it had suppressed the genius of the crystal technique family, causing everyone's perception of the Yun Nuo planet to undergo a 180-degree reversal. Truly, anything was possible. Perhaps within the Scarlet Cross, there was something that could suppress that peerless weapon. Holy Xian crystal is a semi-sacred object. It has many uses. If it is used to refine medicine, it can increase one's lifespan. It is also possible to bring a dead person back to life. Someone says in a low voice and calms down the noisy square. After a while, A group of people stare at Yun Nuashing. As if they are crazy, they directly rush to her. Hey, little brother. I want this holy Xian crystal. I don't care how much it costs. Hey, old man. First come, first served. Obviously, I came here first. I want it. 300,000 kilograms of Xian crystal of immortal grade. What first come, first served. The highest bidder gets it. I offer 650,000 caddies of celestial grade Xian crystals. I am buying the holy Xian crystal on behalf of the hybrid sect. 800,000 caddies of celestial grade Xian crystals. What is the hybrid sect? 880,000 caddies. The people who are close to Yun Nuashing are pushed out by the group of crazy old men. Even the godsons are running away in disheveled clothes. If Yuan Qian is not hugging Yun Nuashing tightly, she might have been thrown out too. At this time, Xian is leaning on Yun Nuashing. When the group of old men rushed over like a tide, it is too late for her to get out. She can only stick close to him. Ming is scared out of his wits. His small hands are tightly holding on to Xian's clothes, afraid that he will disappear in the blink of an eye. Everyone, calm down. Let's talk nicely. It's not too late to talk after the stone gambling is over. Yun Nuashing was in a miserable state. He wanted to send the two of them out, but he couldn't move at all. He could only roar out loud. Hearing this, the crowd is stunned. They seem to think that it makes sense, so they all backed away. Yes, that's true. Let's not be impulsive. We'll talk about it after it's over. Okay, that's it. Seeing these old men who were crazily fighting for the Xian crystals just now, Yun Nuashing can't help but laugh bitterly. He quickly helps the two women up and tidies his clothes. A group of old men. Did they take aphrodisiac? Yuan Qian patted her white dress unhappily. A few footprints can be seen on the hem of her dress. She doesn't know who left them in the chaos just now. Holy grade Xian crystals rarely appeared in the world. Many people had never even seen one before. The only thing they knew about it was from books. Now that they finally saw one, they naturally had the idea of buying or robbing it. For a moment, they even forgot about their face. Wait, there's something inside. Just when they had calmed down, someone looked at the piece of holy grade Xian crystal and suddenly screamed, which made everyone turn their eyes to the source of the scream. Inside the half-foot wide 9-color Xian crystal, there's a round thing about 1 meter long. It looks like an egg with very delicate patterns on its surface. It's pleasing to the eye, but from the angle of the egg, it seems a little too big. What kind of egg can be 1 meter long? Even if it's a demonic beast, it shouldn't have such a big egg. Young friend, let me have a look. Everyone naturally saw it, but for a moment, they couldn't tell what kind of magical beast's egg this was. A white-haired old man walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Yun Nuashing. His eyes stared at him without letting go. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing puts the Xian crystal in the old man's hand. There are so many people here, so he doesn't have to worry that the old man will run away with the Xian crystal. At that time, the old man won't even need to do anything. The people around will swarm him and kill him. The old man holds the Xian crystal and looks at it carefully. The egg-like thing in the middle is wrapped in a layer of dim light. Its color is very similar to the color of the surroundings, so it's hard to tell. If that person didn't shout, Yun Nuashing probably wouldn't have noticed it. After the old man finished looking at it, he gently returns it to Yun Nuashing. He touches his beard and ponders for a while. Everyone cranes their necks to look at him, wanting to hear what this respected old man has to say. Unexpectedly, the old man takes out a book from his chest and starts to flip through it. Everyone is silent. This old man is an elder of the Wan Shou sect. He knows all the magical beasts in the world very well. If even he can't recognize the egg, I really don't know what kind of egg it is. Yuan Qian whispers in Yun Nuashing's ear. Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. No wonder this old man is so enthusiastic. He didn't say anything when they were fighting for the Xian crystal just now and only came over now. The sound of pages flipping continued for a while, and only stopped when he reached the last few dozen pages. The old man looks down, then looks up at the Xian crystal. He looks down again, then looks up at the Xian crystal. He looks down again, then looks up again. After repeating this several times, he finally closes the book. However, he uses a finger to stick on the page. If I'm not wrong, it should be the egg of the void spirit dragon. His profound eyes stare at the egg in the Xian crystal, and a surprised expression appears on his face. Void spirit dragon. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he suddenly becomes excited. He has always wanted to have a dragon as a mount. Could it be that this time his wish will come true? What kind of race is it? Is it also a dragon? I've never heard of this kind of magical beast. Old man, you didn't just randomly give it a name and spout nonsense, right? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started discussing again. However, it seems that no one knows about this kind of magical beast. They all had a blank look on their faces. The old man glanced at that person and opened the book again. Then he pointed to the right and said indifferently, "Take a look for yourself." Hearing this, everyone stopped their discussion and hurriedly looked over. The void spirit dragon, according to legend, was born in the void. It has the ability to travel through the void and ignore space obstacles. It is the undisputed king of the magical beast world. However, after the ancient age, the entire race disappeared without a trace. It is suspected that they have gone extinct and can no longer be found. A few simple sentences with a picture attached next to it. On the picture, there is an egg imprinted with colorful patterns. It seems that this is the best proof of its identity. There are no other words to describe it. That's it. That's it. After reading the introduction, everyone was dumbfounded. Then they came back to their senses and looked at the egg more intensely. A race that went extinct after the ancient age, and now there is an egg left. Perhaps this is the last void spirit dragon. Looking at everyone's eyes, Yun Nuashing was shocked. He knew that it would be difficult to keep it under the eyes of so many people. However, he could not bear to sell it. He still wanted it. There's no need to look. There are no signs of life. It is sealed in front of the Saint-grade Xian crystal. It is dead. At this time, Yuan Qian's sixth uncle stepped forward and patted the Saint-grade Xian crystal. He looked at everyone who had their own thoughts and said indifferently, Chapter 277. Ah, dead. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing is a little shocked. He clearly felt some life waves. Then he lowers his head. He glances at it and understands what happened at once. The young man patted it and covered the egg with his energy. All the waves were blocked. No one could tell whether the egg was dead or alive. Hearing this, everyone can't help giving a sigh. The elder of the wand, Shou School, smiles bitterly and shakes his head. As people who admire evil beasts, they surely don't want to see the extinction of an entire race of evil beasts. However, this may be the last spirit dragon of Hollow in the world. It gave him a little hope. Unexpectedly, it is gone now. Nobody doubted the young man's words. Gods, underworld, gods and deities were all famous cultivators. Therefore, nobody tried to find out whether it was true or not. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the young man had done this on purpose. Thinking about this, Yun Nuashing smiles bitterly. Does the young man really take him as a son-in-law who lives with his wife? Well, it is a holy grade Xian crystal. So what? If it loses, it will be left to the winner. A young disciple on Xianing's side sneers. That's right. We can also take a spirit dragon's egg to refine weapons. It is dead, but its essence is still there. Maybe we can refine a magical weapon. Another disciple also laughed out loud. They had already confirmed that there was a very high-grade weapon in their golden platform. It was very likely that it had already reached the divine level. A god had sensed a unique wave of energy from it. Yun Nuashing doesn't even look at them. He lowers his head to touch the holy grade Xian crystal. The value of a god-level weapon can't be much lower than that of the holy grade Xian crystal. Because it is too difficult to refine, there are not many god-level weapons. Maybe some gods here are still using magic-level weapons. You talk too much. Be careful. Your mouth may rot. Yun Nuashing looks at Xianing. He lifts his hand and makes a gesture of invitation for her to continue cutting the stone. Xianing sneers. She turns her head and grabs the waterfall. She gathers the spiritual sword and shows her skillful cutting skills again. However, this time, the layer of stone falls off by itself. Layers of silver stone fall off. Soon, the 2-story waterfall is perfectly broken down. With a wave of his sleeve, he shook off all of the adhering stone skin, and a dazzling 9-colored, long board fell down. The luster flowed and dyed half of the sky in a beautiful icy blue color. The entire board was 4 meters tall, and there was a half-open scroll inside. It was sealed by the holy grade mysterious crystal, and the blurry light covered it, making it impossible to see what was written on it. Another saint grade Xian crystal. There's also an ancient scroll sealed inside. The moment they came back to their senses, when someone saw clearly what it was, they hurriedly cried out in shock. Their voices were very sharp because of the shock. Gosh, is it so easy to produce holy grade Xian crystals nowadays? Usually there was a price but no market for it. 2 items that were hard to find had appeared so easily today. This one is much bigger than that one. That scroll may be an array map passed down from ancient times. Everyone talks about it. The scroll sounds very mysterious. Everyone is jealous of it. Just now, they gathered around Yunhua Star, while in the next second, they surround Xianing. The bidding sounds are heard all over the place. Xianing can't help rolling her eyes. It was no wonder that they were so excited. Even the Yunhua planet wanted the array diagrams that had been passed down since ancient times. In this era, many things had been lost. The current array formations were far from being as powerful as the ancient array formations. Even Yuan Qian's 6th uncle can't help going over to have a look at it. It is an array map. It is a pity. Even though it is sealed in the holy grade mysterious crystal, after so many years, the records in it are almost worn out and disappear. A powerful man of Xinming looks at it and can't help giving a sigh. The thin layer of light surely can't block his sight. He can see it clearly. Sealing things in Xian crystals can resist the power of time, but it can't resist it completely. The array map in front of them is the best example. A part of it is spread out. It is a little blurry. If you want to completely resist the power of time, you have to use holy grade Xian crystals. However, no one even knows whether such a magical object exists or not, because it seems that no one has seen it. At most, it is just holy grade Xian crystals. However, the remaining patterns are still very useful for the study of arrays. If less than 40% of it is worn out, it may be possible to recover it. Another powerful man of Shenming says, "It's too rare. There are very few things that have been passed down from the ancient times. Even the inheritance from the ancient times has been reduced by nearly 90%. Only a few ancient families still have the inheritance from the ancient times. What a pity! It is a treasure of inheritance." The evaluation of the various gods of Shenming here made everyone feel pity in their hearts. "It's your turn." Xia Ning doesn't change much in her eyes, as if she has known it in advance. She looks at Yun Nuashing and says in a cold voice, though Yun Nuashing knows that this is the voice of the expressionless man, he still feels a little uncomfortable to hear it. However, he doesn't hesitate. He goes directly to the colored stone. This stone was bought by Yun Nuashing after he was coaxed into it. He didn't even see it clearly and didn't know what it was. He wasn't in a hurry to cut the stone, but opened his evil spirit eye. At the same time, various arrays of various sizes appeared. Bright light flooded the area in an instant. It was even brighter than the light of a saint grade Xian crystal. Are they holy eyes? No, it doesn't look like them. However, they look almost the same. Well, the eyes themselves are a treasure. Judging from the waves, They are almost as good as the holy eyes of Tian, my master. I don't know where the young man got them from. Everyone sees Yin Nuoshing's eyes. They get excited again. Yin Nuoshing shivers. He feels that his eyes will be gone in the next second. However, the result made him a little disappointed, because he could not see anything. There was only a blurry layer of light, and it looked the same as when the evil spirit I did not rank up. However, he could see that the energy of heaven and earth seemed to be flowing towards the colored stone, as if it was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. Why is my heart beating so fast? I feel that I can't cut it open. Yin Nuoshing lifts the sky piercer. He looks around but doesn't cut it. He walks around the stone for several circles, but still doesn't cut it. What are you waiting for? Can't you do it? Do you want us to help you? Seeing that he doesn't cut it, the disciples of the crystal family laugh loudly. They don't hide the sarcasm in their eyes at all. Damn this group of hedonistic disciples. I'll teach them a lesson when we get out. Yuan Shi hears and frowns. He clenches his fists until they creaks. My cutest little brother. You can just let your cutest big sister do it. Yuan Qian pats his head. Her smile is like a flower. It makes people shiver. Yuan Shi's face is full of black lines. What kind of joke is this? If I let you hit me twice, I don't think I need it anymore. Yin Nuoshing pretended that he did not hear anything. His words went in one ear and out the other. He looked around one last time and kept his halberd. He tapped his finger lightly on the colored stone. Immortal chi surged, and the entire colored stone started to tremble. Kacha! The rainbow-colored stone fragments danced in the air, and the sound of shattering could be heard continuously in the air. They turned into smoke and dispersed in all directions. Then a magnificent light illuminated the horizon like a rainbow, and even the sky was dyed in color. This is a spiritual fluctuation. It's so powerful. It's not inferior to some of the alchemists. What could be hidden inside? It actually has such a powerful spiritual fluctuation. There's still a little breath of life. Could it be a person? Everyone is anxious, but they can only see the dazzling light. They know it's another holy grade, glazed crystal. However, their expressions are numb. 3 holy grade, glazed crystals appeared in one day. They can't be surprised even if they want to. Now, they are more concerned about the source of the spiritual fluctuation. Divine aura. Yin Nuoshing's eyes are sharp and his hands are fast. His palms are shining with golden light. He continuously patted on the glazed crystal, extracting the energy of the holy grade glazed crystal. Then, he used it on the glazed crystal to seal it. Energy seal? He can seal a holy grade glazed crystal? Unbelievable. This guy is not simple. The deities are a little surprised when they see this. They don't dare to pet their chest and say that they can seal a holy grade glazed crystal. However, seeing Yin Nuoshing's natural and unrestrained manner, they are very surprised. It seems that he has done it more than once. Yuan Qian's 6th uncle also looks at Yin Nuoshing in surprise. However, he doesn't say anything. He only nods. In his heart, he thinks more highly of this son-in-law. The light all over the sky gradually converges. Then everyone can open their eyes to see what is sealed in the glazed crystal. However, at the first glance, everyone is stunned. They even forget to breathe. Inside the holy grade Qian crystal, a young girl was sleeping quietly. She was very peaceful, as if she was carved out of the best mutton fat jade. Her entire body was sparkling and translucent like a waterfall. Her shiny black hair hung down to her willowy waist. Her beautiful face was somewhat coquettish. Her white skin clung tightly to an extremely ancient garment. In her delicate hand, she held a black bead tightly. There is a person in the stone. A beautiful girl. Is a person cut out? At this moment, Yin Nuoshing is a little shocked. Xianing's face turns pale. No, it is only a soul, not a living person. Someone remembers the spiritual power just now. He sighs and shakes his head. Old cloth. What era is she from? I don't know. At least, she is not from ancient times. Today it is really worthwhile to come here. Hearing the loud noise, those from the Crystal family feel as angry as the Chi family. A soul has been cut out and there are fluctuations of the soul. That is to say, this person still has the possibility to be resurrected. No matter how they look at it, it seems that they are going to lose. As for the Chi family, their hearts are bleeding. Everything that was cut out today should have been theirs. If they had been more resolute at that time and made up their minds to cut out these stones, they wouldn't have regretted it today. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. It is not surprising that she can swallow the energy of heaven and earth. She is maintaining the seal to resist the erosion of time. Yun Nuashing is enlightened. He doesn't know what era this person is from, but he can feel that the person in the glazed crystal didn't lose much life. After all, there is no such thing as time in the soul. The glazed crystal is just to prevent the loss of the spiritual power. It is more than enough to use holy grade, glazed crystals to prevent the loss of the spiritual power. To Yun Nuashing's surprise, no one rushes to bid for it this time. He doesn't know whether it is because the soul is useless or they have reached an agreement to wait until the end. Let's open the last two pieces. Chapter 278. However, though no one offers an exorbitant price, Yun Nuashing hears a lot of friendly voices. They all extend an olive branch and want to draw him into their forces. He is more powerful than the crystal technique genius and the future Tian, my master. This is what people say about him in their hearts. At this moment, even those arrogant gods are lowering themselves to convey their opinions. What surprises him is that there are some seeds like gods and goddesses passing on the message, too. It is obvious that a Tian, my master, can bring a lot of benefits to a force. Now, Yun Nuashing is like a delicious cake. Everyone wants to take a bite of him. He has made such achievements at such a young age. He is bound to be a legend in the future. Go on, Xia Ning says coldly. Then, she directly turns to look at the golden stage. A broken soul. It is useless. Can it be as precious as a magical weapon? Won't it be ours in the end? The young people of the Crystal Technique family feel very unhappy. They sneer. Yuan Shi and his companions feel itchy to fight. They rub their fists and get ready for a fight. Let's cut it. I hope we can cut something good out of the broken cross. Then we will get more. They are confident that they can cut out a top magical weapon. They don't believe that the extremely tall cross can cut out anything more precious than this. I hope the cross won't become his grave. If it is not handled properly, it will fall down. Haha. Some people sneer openly. It seems that they really want Yun Nuashing to die here. It was unknown when Yuan Qian had covered Yun Nuashing's ears. There was a faint black energy circulating around her jade-like hands, blocking his hearing. She smiled and said, "Little boy, you didn't hear anything." Why do I feel that your smile is a little scary? When this faint laughter fell into Yun Nuashing's ears, it caused him to shiver. This voice contained an enormous amount of anger, wasn't it? Hee, you just have to quietly cut the stone later. I'll help you carry anything. Yuan Qian smiled as she rubbed her face against Yun Nuashing's back. On Xianing's side, some powerful Shenming cultivators put the golden platform on the core of the array. A vague pressure comes out, which makes his legs tremble a little. You can do it now. Liao Tiange's divine underworld elite clapped his hands as he covered the last part of the formation above the golden platform. Hearing this, Xianing nods. However, she doesn't walk into the array. Instead, she enlarges the spiritual sword to 20 meters long. It is far away from the array and can't get close to it. When some weapons were cut out from Xian crystals, there would be a bit of resentment, especially the weapons that were forged in Xian crystals. When they were cut out by force, there would be a lot of resentment. The consciousness left in the weapons would activate the weapons by itself. Therefore, it could not be said that they had set up so strictly. If the magical weapon goes crazy, there are not many people here who can stop it. Even if some powerful Shenming cultivators unite, they may not be able to stop it. However, Xianing has found that there is a weak consciousness flowing in the weapon. He doesn't want to be killed in an instant after he disturbs the weapon. Is the array stable? Some people feel uneasy. The self-recovery of the magical weapon can easily cause destruction to the world. It can flatten an area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. That is a disaster. Others may not work. However, this array is specially used to restrain weapons. The more powerful the weapon is, the more it will be restrained. Yuan, Shi's sixth uncle, says indifferently. The other gods nod. They don't worry too much. Hum. As a clear sound was heard, the long sword that was transformed from mental power sank into the golden platform. A green light shone brightly while a golden light was released from the golden platform at the same time, illuminating everyone as if they were cast from gold. What a strong pressure! At this moment, an unusually dense aura rushed out. Everyone felt a great pressure, and there was also a special aura energy circulating. It is the breath of the golden forest. A powerful Shenming cultivator frowns and says, "It is just a stone. Why does it have such strong energy? It is a weapon. The energy of the weapon." Everyone looks at the golden platform, which is slightly shaking. They can't help taking 2 steps back. As the light gets brighter, the energy pressure becomes stronger and stronger. Some people even feel their legs tremble. Crack! The golden platform trembles for a while. A huge crack appears on its surface. The energy rushes to the sky like tides. Xia Ning almost can't maintain the spiritual sword. Crack! Another crack opened, and a dazzling golden light shone, accompanied by an extremely tyrannical energy spreading out. A huge force spread out and pushed him away. If it wasn't for the people behind him catching him, he would have landed on his butt. Even so, those people who caught him were also sent flying by this huge force. Unconsciously, an extremely strong sense of killing comes out from the golden platform. People feel cold from head to toe. They can't help trembling. I think we'd better leave. It is not worth watching. Huh. That is right. The legendary weapon is born. Something bad will happen. We'd better stay away from it. Everyone sees Xia Ning fly away. They laugh awkwardly and leave at once. Some of them even go directly out of the manor and run far away. Crack! The sudden cracking sound shocks everyone. They look at Xia Ning. Xia Ning also leaves in fear. Now, no one is working on the golden platform. How can there be a sound from the golden platform? Crack! Another sound rang out. Only then did the crowd know that the golden stage had split open by itself. After knowing that, the crowd's complexions all paled with a whoosh. They quickly retreated from the plaza and stood far away. Of course, those powerful Shenming cultivators don't leave. However, they clench their fists to gather energy. It seems that they are going to take action. The legendary weapon is waking up. A powerful Shenming cultivator murmurs. He makes a strange gesture with his palms and gets ready to attack at any time. Crack! At last, a clear sound is heard. The golden stone, weighing hundreds of kilograms, scatters like flowers. At the same time, it gives out a chill to the bone. The crazy killing intent goes into their bones. Many people feel weak and fall to the ground. They are so scared that they almost scream. Retreat! Let's go! Let's go! The murderous weapon is coming out. Hum! A clear sound is heard. It seems to go deep into the soul. Everyone who hears it feels dizzy. A sword, about 5 feet long and golden in color, appears from the golden platform. It is engraved with mysterious patterns. The dazzling golden light shines and covers the whole world. It is a top-level legendary weapon. We are in trouble. Strong energy comes out. That powerful Shenming cultivator is shocked. He realizes that something is wrong. At the same time, he starts to make gestures in his hand. An emerald palm condensed by energy sticks to his palm. He suddenly slaps at the golden sword, which is trapped by the magic circle. The emerald palm quietly goes through the space and the magic circle. It hits at the golden sword directly. Hum! A ray of golden light goes straight to the clouds. It passes through the self-created enchantment and shines in the sky. The whole divine sky city can see it clearly. Everyone outside is shocked. A bone-piercing killing intent soared into the sky. The golden divine sword swept across, cutting the jadeite palm in half. A golden sword ray shot out from the tip of the sword, violently bombarding the 3 layers of formations. Bang! The magic circle releases an energy barrier. It is hit by the golden sword light. It shakes but doesn't break. Quick! Seal it. The legendary sword was awakened and has resentment. Just hold on for a while. The old man raises his hand and presses down on the magic circle. He seals the surrounding space. A palm is formed in the void and presses down on the golden sword. Dang! A powerful Shenming cultivator changes his hand and activates the magic circle. Unparalleled energy soars into the sky. Several energy torrents shoot out and hit the golden sword until it trembles. Hum! The golden sword emits a dazzling light. It quickly swings a few times and shatters all the energy that is close to it. It turns into a ray of golden light and pierces the barrier. No, the resentment is really strong. It is going to attack the magic circle. Yuan Shao frowns. He presses down on the barrier with both hands. Majestic energy is continuously released into the barrier to maintain the magic circle. 6th uncle, put away the magic circle. Suddenly, Yuan Qian says with a smile, "Little girl." Yuan Shao is stunned. He doesn't know what she means. His hands don't stop moving. Stop it. The little boy has a way. Yuan Qian continues to smile. Hearing this, Yuan Shao was stunned. He took a deep look at Yun Nuoxing. When he saw Yun Nuoxing smiling at him and waving his hand, he was stunned. Since it was his precious niece who said it, there should be no problem. Yun Nuoxing didn't seem to be joking. Thinking of this, Yuan Shao hesitated and slowly dissipated the barrier. "Old Yuan, what are you doing?" Seeing that he suddenly dispels the barrier, the Shenming experts are stunned. Without this layer of suppression, the golden sword's power is at its strongest. They might not be able to suppress it. Yuan Shao bitterly smiled. If Yuan Qian didn't ask him to disperse, he wouldn't have done this. He can only shake his head and say, "Let's disperse first." The others naturally won't disperse the magic circle without knowing why. They are all desperately releasing energy to resist the impact of the divine sword. "Let's disperse." Yuan Shao can't help but say, looking at Yun Nuoxing's confident look, she doesn't look like she is joking. He can only leave this matter to her. To be honest, even if the Shenming experts take action, they might not be able to hold on for long. Half of his magic circle was destroyed by the golden light. They looked at each other suspiciously. This is not the time to be joking, right? Once the divine sword is released, there will be signs of destruction within 1,000,000 miles. Although this is what they thought, they still suspiciously withdrew the magic circle and condensed it in their hands, just in case. Buzz! As soon as the magic circle was withdrawn, the restraint weakened, and the golden sword immediately rushed into the sky. Its speed was so fast that no one can see it clearly. Even the Shenming experts have a lingering fear. Even they can't catch up with this speed. However, before the golden sword rushed out, it quickly braked and stopped at the edge of the barrier. This made them wary, thinking that it was going to turn around and attack. Unexpectedly, it did fly back, but it didn't start a massacre as expected. Instead, it flew directly to Yun Nuoxing and circled around her a few times. To be more precise, it circled around the golden chain around Yun Nuoxing's arm. Buzz! The two weapons are less than a foot apart. The divine sword circled around the chain, and both emitted a soft golden light, as if they are of the same origin. This? A set? When everyone saw this, they were a little stunned. They couldn't help but speak out what Yun Nuashing was thinking at the beginning. Only weapons that came from the same person would have a response that resonated with each other. No wonder the divine sword was released. So this was the reason? The golden divine sword circled the chain twice, and the two seemed to be resonating with each other. No one knew what it was sensing, but after a moment, the divine sword restrained its ruthless aura and slowly calmed down. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The aura just now was really too frightening. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the golden sword suddenly touched Yun Nuashing's left hand. Before anyone could react, it directly melted into his palm, and the patterns on his arm grew even more. F***CK. Chapter 279. Hearing Yun Nuashing shout, the crowd finally reacted. However, when they saw that the golden celestial sword had already merged with Yun Nuashing's arm, they couldn't come back to their senses. They didn't understand what was going on. You, how dare you steal our celestial sword? Despicable person. Quickly hand it over. Spit it out for me. Otherwise, I'll leave your life behind. Seeing that the celestial sword had directly recognized Yun Nuashing as its master, the young people from the Crystal Technique family instantly came back to their senses and started shouting at Yun Nuashing without distinguishing between right and wrong. This made some people frown. Everyone clearly saw what had just happened. How did it become a robbery? What does it have to do with me? For the first time, Yun Nuashing reacted to their words. He frowned and directly shouted back. It was none of his business that the golden celestial sword had recognized its master. Although it was because he had the spiritual, godly physique, it was obvious that the celestial sword had delivered itself to him. What? You want to deny it after taking the celestial sword? I think it's better to send over that piece of holy celestial crystal that contains your soul as payment. Seeing this, the young people sneered. Do you want to snatch it by force? How dare you compete with us? Everything behind you is ours. Their faces were filled with cold and arrogant smiles as they stared at Yun Nuashing. Their expressions were as if victory was in their hands, which made the latter want to beat them up. Damn it! Yuan, she cursed angrily. His white clothes couldn't help but tremble. If his sixth uncle wasn't here, he would have rushed up to beat them up. How did it become yours? The things that you cut out might not be as precious as mine. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's face twitched, and he was about to go berserk. You bastard! What nonsense are you talking about? Such a large piece of holy celestial crystal is hard to find. Don't be unconvinced. Also, you snatched our celestial sword. It's a priceless treasure. A disciple ridiculed. That's right, that's right. That scoundrel stole someone else's things and still acted so righteously. I'll endure. Yun Nuashing was so angry that he was about to go berserk. He ground his teeth so hard that they creaked. His original temperament was completely destroyed. He was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Now that these people kept saying snatch and bastard, his head was about to explode. He even wanted to be impulsive. Xing, ignore them. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was about to grind his teeth to pieces, Ziyan hurriedly went forward and covered his ears. She said softly, trying to calm Yun Nuashing's turbulent state of mind. Brother, calm down. Isn't that what you usually say? Ming burrowed into his bosom and tugged at his lapel. The tender and gentle voices caused his line of fire that had reached the critical point to calm down again. Little boy, calm down. When this is over, I'll help you catch them. You can beat them up however you want. Yuan Qian also said softly. That faint smile in the eyes of Yuan Qi and the others was like the smile of a demon. They knew that if this big sister showed such emotions, then the matter was a little serious. Yun Nuashing nodded and shouted a few times in his heart, Everything is fine! Everything is fine! After a moment, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and looked at the scarlet cross. He said, "Then let's let everyone judge now. Which one of our items is better?" After he finished speaking, he stood still. Everyone was a little stunned. They looked at the scarlet cross and were a little confused. "Why don't you cut it? Aren't you letting others judge? How are you going to judge if you don't cut it? Or are you saying that you can't do it, so you want others to do it?" The disciple of the crystal technique family laughed out loud. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked at those people as if he was looking at an idiot. He sneered and said, "That's why I said you guys can't do it. Yet you're still talking about it like you're so awesome. Bastard, what do you mean? I'm saying, other than blindly competing, what else can you do?" Yun Nuashing glanced at them disdainfully. Then he looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "This scarlet cross doesn't need to be cut at all." Doesn't need to be cut? Everyone was a little confused. They didn't know what he meant. Could it be that this wasn't a stone but an object by itself? Or could it be that this was formed from some mysterious crystal? Seeing that everyone was frowning in confusion, Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly and sighed. He walked to the bottom of the scarlet cross and said, "It means that there's no need to cut it." As soon as his voice fell, he fiercely pulled out the scarlet cross and threw it into the air. It spun like a top, shocking everyone who saw it. Such a heavy object, if it fell like this, it would probably smash through the floor, right? Bastard little. A disciple of the crystal technique family saw this and was a little angry. "You're the one who talks the most nonsense. Shut up, you." Before he could finish speaking, he was yelled at. That person felt a little dizzy and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He stared at Yun Nuashing in embarrassment, but he didn't say anything else. Seeing that the person didn't speak anymore, Yun Nuashing snorted and took out the sky piercer. He looked at the scarlet cross that was spinning like a windmill in the sky and weighed the halberd in his hand. Then he stepped on the ground and jumped high into the sky. He held the halberd and was about to stab the cross. He's crazy again. Someone saw his actions and couldn't help but say, because they saw his violent method of cutting the stone, they couldn't help but say the word again. Although this little guy is a little violent, he's still very strong. Let's see what he wants to do. An old man couldn't help but shake his head and say, with the sky piercer in hand, Yun Nuashing approached the scarlet cross with a leap. He saw the opportunity and stabbed it fiercely. Clang! A vast sound wave spread out. It was as if 2 iron weapons were fiercely clashing in the air. It shook people's hearts and made them temporarily deaf. The unparalleled sound wave exploded in the sky and tore apart the clouds within a radius of 10,000 miles. In an instant, the sky became clear. What's that little boy doing? It was as if there were 2 giant bells ringing in her ears. Yuan Qian felt a little dizzy. Although she had been warned to use energy to cover her ears, she still felt as if her ears were going to be damaged. Yuan, she smiled bitterly. He had played with crystal techniques for a few years, but he had never seen Yun Nuashing's violent method of cutting the stone. Now he was stabbing the cross with his halberd. Everyone also covered their ears and shook their heads. They looked as if they were in pain. They looked at Yun Nuashing slowly descending from the sky and didn't understand what he was doing. Yun Nuashing slowly landed on the ground. He held the scarlet cross in the air and threw it on the ground. It smashed a big hole in the ground, and the ground shook twice. He almost flipped people over. There's no need to cut it. This scarlet cross itself is a weapon. He clapped his hands and said helplessly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and felt a little dizzy. They hurriedly looked at the scarlet cross. Now, the layer of red soil and moss on its surface had faded away. It was an indescribable red metal with an indescribable aura circulating around it. This is a level 12 material, sun blood crystal. The whole thing was used to make a weapon. This is a top-grade material that only deities can use, level 12. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Waves of dizziness surged in their heads. This whole big piece of sun blood crystal, a level 12 divine object? How was this possible? When the people from the crystal sorcerer family heard this, their faces turned pale. It was as if they had eaten pigeon poop. Everyone was speechless. It is indeed a sun blood crystal. Moreover, there is no imprint inside and no owner recognition. It is a pure existence. Yuan Shao looked at the 30-meter-tall scarlet cross from top to bottom and then nodded. Hearing this, everyone stared at the scarlet cross and their expressions changed. There was no imprint, which meant that the sun blood crystal could still be seized by others. If it weren't for the fact that there were a few strong deities present, perhaps everyone would have rushed over. At this time, it's better to put down those useless thoughts. Don't act recklessly. Of course, Yuan Shao knew what everyone was thinking. He squinted his eyes and spoke with a faintly discernible aura. He even moved sideways to Yin Nuoshing's side and blocked everyone's path. When everyone heard this, their bodies trembled. Only then did they put down the thoughts in their hearts and hurriedly wiped off their cold sweat. The person standing in front of them was a real deity. The pressure he released was enough to crush everyone present. Seeing that no one dared to make a move, Yuan Shao nodded and turned his head to Yun Nuoshing and said, "Put it away first." When everyone heard this, they sighed a little regretfully. Was the outcome decided? Wait a minute. Someone from the crystal sorcerer family shouted with a face full of resentment. Hearing this, Yuan Shao glanced at them and said indifferently, "What do you want?" "I don't accept this. Why is it that this bastard has won?" "The thing we cut out is obviously more precious. The things left behind from ancient times are almost priceless." That person walked up quickly and shouted while pointing at Yun Nuoshing. After Yuan Shi heard this, he was very angry and almost roared, "Are you done calling him a bastard?" And the sun blood crystal is a 12th level material. Only deities can use it. It is much more precious than that strange array. Yuan Qi and others were shocked. They glanced at him meaningfully. They had never seen him so angry before. It seemed that he attached great importance to Yun Nuoshing. "You are just a layman. What do you know? You cut out the sun blood crystal. However, the ancient array is a kind of lost inheritance. Compared with the sun blood crystal, which is still known, it is more valuable." That person sneered. Then he was going to lead his men to rush over and grab the sun blood crystal. Have all of you cultivated your shamelessness for your age? You want to grab it by force? Not to mention other things. Even the soul of an ancient goddess is more precious than your things. Yuan, she raised his eyebrows and stood directly in front of them, blocking their way. The people from the crystal sorcerer family sneered. Some other old men also came forward and said, "You lost. Those things belong to us. As I said, the better the things we cut out, the more we get. Compared with Xiaoning, you are far inferior. You lost, and you don't want to admit it." Hearing this, Yuan Qian smiled faintly and pulled Yuan Shi, who was laughing out of anger, behind her. She said softly, "Most of the marks on the formation you cut have been erased, and I'm not sure if it can be taken out of the Xian crystals. The sun blood crystal represents the ultimate material, and its grade is one level higher. Compared to the two weapons, the Scarlet Cross is more precious. Whether it is the amount of materials used or the quality, it is far better than the godly sword. One item is worth both of your weapons. What else do you have to compare? What is the difference between you and the two weapons? The sun blood crystal is a material only deities can use. Ordinary people can't use it at all. That weapon is only a semi-finished product. It is still uncertain whether there are any deities in the world. Not to mention deities. If you can't use it, the sun blood crystal is a waste." An old man sneered. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing felt her heart jump. No rebirth state cultivators could be born? What happened? Wasn't Xian in a rebirth state cultivator? Why couldn't she be born? That's right. What's the use of a waste metal? An ancient array diagram was a priceless treasure. It represented a type of absolute art. It is an immortal inheritance. Yuan, she was so angry that he felt his internal organs heating up. He roared, "You are really shameless. How can you turn the exclusive material of deities into waste metal? Black and white are reversed. You are still making trouble. You bastards. Shameless. You. At $. Seeing him curse, Yuan Qian and Yuan Shao can't help laughing awkwardly in their hearts. It seemed that he was really angry. Damn it. Yuan, she was so angry that his face turned red. He scolded them in the end. Chapter 280. There were many people left at the scene, including the gods and goddesses, Chu Ilian and Jinheng. They didn't leave because of the commotion just now. They were all watching now. When they heard Yuan Shi's roar, they were all stunned and looked at him strangely. Brother, you're being rude. Yuan Shui heard and helplessly tugged at his sleeve. Yuan, she came back to his senses and realized his loss of self-control. His face turned slightly red, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Young man, you should be more respectful when you speak. Be careful that trouble comes from your mouth. The faces of several Crystal Technique family elders immediately sank. You're still worthy of my respect. Yun Nuoxing also threw caution to the wind and directly scolded. Hearing this, those elders narrowed their eyes and revealed their killing intent. Junior, who doesn't respect his elders. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. After saying this, they were about to attack, but Yuan Shao stood in front of them in time. He glanced at them and said, "You guys don't put this old man in your eyes." Seeing him stand out, those few people trembled all over and hurriedly withdrew their outstretched palms. Just now, they were too engrossed in the quarrel that they completely forgot that there was still a god beside them. This god was also a god underworld expert. If he were to fly into a rage, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Senior, it's not that we're unreasonable. We just want to take back our victory trophy. Just now, it was just a misunderstanding. A few young people were still unconvinced. They mustered up their courage and stepped forward. Hearing this, Yuan Shao laughed ambiguously. He stared at them and said indifferently, regarding this matter, I've discussed it with a few old friends for a while. We feel that this young friend has won. You guys can stop pestering endlessly. After saying this, those divine underworld experts all stood over. They glanced at Yin Nuoxing a few times and stepped forward one by one to pat his shoulder and praise him a few times. Only then did they stand side by side with Yuan Shao and stare at the few people with malicious intentions. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. No wonder they really stopped when Yuan Shao told them to stop. It turned out that they knew each other. You've clearly lost. Don't bully others with your power. A young man stepped forward and smiled faintly. Although he looked kind, Yun Nuoxing sensed that the surrounding heaven and earth energy seemed to be attracted by something. Wait. At the time, Xianing, who has been kneeling there silently ever since Yin Nuoxing showed the original form of the Scarlet Cross, comes to them. He is still cold. However, he seems to be frustrated and relieved. He stares at Yun Nuoxing and says in a cold voice, "You win!" Everyone was stunned and felt that it was a little inconceivable. The elders and disciples on their side were struggling on the verge of death. But the first thing he said when he walked out was to admit defeat. A loss is a loss. There is nothing to argue about. I am not as good as you. Xianing gives a sigh. She says in a cold voice, I will find someone to give you the lost prize. After that, he walked out of the manor without waiting for anyone's response. His back looked a little lonely. Xianing, wait. Are you willing to do this? Young master. The disciples and the elders don't care about anything else. They follow him at once. All of them leave. In an instant, there are only a few people left in the square. They all ran away in the chaos just now. Wow, that's cool. Wang Chen sees this. He is so excited that he dances. However, Lu Yi stares at him and he stops. Generally speaking, He is very excited to see Yun Nuashing win. Brother Nuashing, congratulations. It is really not easy to win. Jean Hung pats Yun Nuashing's shoulder and congratulates her. This time, I have booked another banquet in Longmen Hall. You all have to come. You can't miss it. Yao Ling shakes her sharp ears and smiles. Little boy, it is great to win. I have made hundreds of billions. Yuan Qian holds Yun Nuashing. She looks like a crazy woman. Yuan Shi and others feel helpless. Thinking of the bet of 1 to 499, they can't help laughing happily. The 1 billion was put together by 10 people. If they lost, they would lose all their money. Speaking of which, this old man also benefited a bit. It's all thanks to little friend. The crystal master also smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, making everyone speechless. If I had known it, I would have gone to bet earlier. Lu Yi murmurs. He knew about the bet. However, when he came back, the bets had been made. He had no other choice. Brother Nuashing, you defeated the crystal master and became famous overnight. You won 20 billion. How can you let brother Yao Ling pay for the banquet? Chu Ilian holds Yuan Qian and smiles sweetly. People around them are surprised. However, they are all good-natured people. Naturally, they won't be shocked. Yun Nuashing shrugs his shoulders. Before someone pays the bill, he is still a pauper. Hee, little boy, don't worry. I will pay for the banquet. Knowing his predicament, Yuan Qian smiles and hugs him, gently breaking away from her embrace. Yun Nuashing keeps the Scarlet Cross and other things. Among the things present, only the crystal that seals the soul of the beautiful girl is worthy of his attention. After all, whether it is a 12th level material or a divine tool, he doesn't lack them after putting the most special crystal aside for a while. Yun Nuashing carefully looked at it. The girl looks to be only 16 or 17 years old. She is wearing a purple gold robe. Her skin is like jade. She looks a little illusory and unreal. Her immortal face is very peaceful, as if she is sleeping. If no one points it out, no one will know that she is a soul and not a sleeping girl. A peerless girl? Nuashing, are you moved? Seeing Yun Nuashing staring at her in a daze, Yuan, she can't help but laugh. When he spoke, his eyes looked at Ziyin and Yuan Qian. Cough! Hearing this, Yun Nuashing choked. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I am just a little curious. Sister Mengyan, can your eye of dreams see this girl's dream? Yuan Qian pulled Ziyin closer and looked at the girl's soul. She turned her head to look at the doll-like Mengyan and asked. Hearing this, Mengyan shook her head and said softly, I have already used the Eye of Dreams, but I can't see anything. Eye of Dreams? Yun Nuashing didn't understand when he heard this name for the first time. It can see and affect other people's dreams. Moreover, what happens in the dream can affect reality. Yuan Qian explained. Mengyan shook her head and added, That's not all. Even if it is not a dream, the Eye of Dreams can also sneak into people's consciousness through their eyes. After that, she looked at Yun Nuashing and said, You are very special. I have never seen anyone who can make the Eye of Dreams not react. Even if it is a god, I can see a little. So I am very curious. Can I ask why? Everyone was stunned. They had all seen her Eye of Dreams and knew how special it was. What kind of situation could make it not work? Immediately, the way they looked at Yun Nuashing changed a little. It was a little strange. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He himself didn't understand what was going on. It could be said that he was a mystery. From his birth until now, he had always been a mystery. So he could only answer, I don't know either. Mengyan nodded and didn't say anything more. She seemed to be used to being quiet. Seeing that she didn't ask any more questions, Yun Nuashing shrugged and turned to look at the girl in the glazed crystal. However, he was stunned. His expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. When everyone saw his sudden movement, they were also stunned for a moment. They all hurriedly turned their heads to look at the glazed crystal. They didn't know what he saw that could make his expression change so abruptly. However, when they turned their heads, their expressions also changed. Several god and underworld experts even stepped forward to block in front of everyone. The beautiful girl in the glazed crystal had opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful and lively mouths stared at them. Suddenly, she said, dozens of eras have passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the world has changed. Who are you? Why are you disturbing my peace? After saying that, before anyone could react, the girl seemed to have thought of something and smiled bitterly, because no one could understand what she was saying at all. When is this language? Why can't I understand it? Yuan, she scratched his head and was a little confused. Everyone also looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on. They had never heard of such a language. Yun Nuashing was stunned and didn't know how to answer. He wanted to see what the others said. However, he saw that everyone was staring at each other as if they had seen a ghost. He didn't know what was going on. He quickly sent a message to Xian. What's wrong? What's wrong? Xian was stunned and said, the girl spoke. We can't understand it. Huh? Yun Nuashing was stunned, but he clearly, dozens of eras have passed in a hurry. What are you waiting for? We just unintentionally disturbed you. Please forgive us. Yun Nuashing spoke a language that even he had never heard before, causing him to be stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he quickly covered his mouth, because he had already seen everyone's incomparably astonished and shocked gaze, as if they had seen a ghost. Little boy you, Xing Xing? Little brother Nuashing, several different names were shouted at the same time. Everyone stared at him, not knowing what to say. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. This time, he couldn't explain it clearly. He couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the East Sea. He shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on either. If I say this, will you believe me? I believe you. Xian and the others answered almost at the same time. He was stunned again and shook his head with a bitter smile. What was going on? I didn't expect that the people of this era would still know this ancient language. Where did you learn it from? When the young girl heard this, she looked at Yun Nuashing with a little surprise. I don't know either. I will say it myself. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing continued to smile bitterly and shook his head. He looked straight at the young girl, and the words that came out of his mouth changed almost instantly, causing everyone to look at each other in confusion. Who are you? The girl looked at him with amusement and smiled. I still don't know. Yun Nuashing rubbed his hands. He wasn't being perfunctory at all. He really didn't know who he was. He smiled bitterly for a while and said, I don't know who I am, where I come from, and I don't even know why I'm here. The girl looked at Yun Nuashing with surprise. She didn't speak for a long time. She wanted to reach out and touch him, but she remembered that she was imprisoned in the holy grade Xian crystal. She could only shake her head, helplessly. Can you tell me about it? Placing her two slender, jade-like hands together, the young girl asked with a quiet smile. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He looked at the girl and hesitated. Chapter 281. You and I are probably the only people left in this world who can still speak this language. What are you still worried about? Seeing his flickering eyes, the girl chuckled. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing sighed. He looked straight at the girl and said, Can I trust you? He asked this. Actually, he was a little more relaxed because he also wanted to know his background. Although this girl probably didn't know what he was, she should at least know the reason, right? Of course. The girl smiled very happily. She hadn't spoken for dozens of eras. Being sealed in the Xian crystal had made her so bored that her hair was about to grow. Now that there was someone who could speak the same language as her, she had to say a few words. Yun Nuashing sighed. He slowly told her what he had said countless times. After hearing this, the girl fell silent. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Yun Nuashing. She didn't give any response. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing the two of them fall silent and look at each other, the crowd was a little confused. They looked left and right. They didn't know why Yun Nuashing, who was a little helpless and sad just now, had fallen silent at this moment. Only Zian guessed that Yun Nuashing must have told the girl about him, even though he couldn't hear what they were talking about. "Hey, do you know which era I'm from?" After a long time, the girl chuckled and asked. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He thought about what she had just said. After thinking for a while, he said, "The Dark Era? Or the Ancient Era?" I'm not sure which era you're talking about. However, what era did you define as the first era of the Great Yuan realm?" The girl shook her head. She had never heard of these definitions. From the birth of the Great Yuan realm to the 40th era, it was the legendary mythological era. The next 20 eras were the Dark Era. The next 20 eras were the Ancient Era. Then it was the Ancient Era, the Ancient Era, the Ancient Era, and the Ancient Era. After that, it's now, Yun Nuashing said after thinking for a while. "Has it been so long? I slept for several dozen great eras, one era after another." When she heard this, the young lady sighed, feeling a bit sad, a bit sorrowful. When she was born in a large country. Back then, the God realm was different from the present. It was divided into countless empires of various sizes. She was now in the Divine Prefecture. Back then, the Divine Prefecture hadn't been divided into 5 regions, so there was only one region in total. The 4 origin regions of Taiji, Heaven, and Earth were still called the same names and hadn't changed at all. The young lady's name was Lan Exine. In her country, she was a princess. Her father was an important member of the royal family of the empire. He was the founding father of the empire. Although the empire didn't exist as long as other empires, it was still very powerful in the Divine Prefecture. When she was 18 years old, her soul was extracted by her father. She watched him tearfully seal her in the black crystal and then hide her in the dark underground. What happened after that was a little fragmented. She didn't know what had happened. She only remembered one time when she came out of the ground and saw that the entire world was dark. The world of the gods seemed to have been torn apart. The world was in ruins, and the earth seemed to have been scorched. There was a foul smell of smoke in the air, and an inexplicable energy drifted between heaven and earth. Even the starry sky was dark and lightless, with only 1 or 2 stars illuminating it. Only then did she see the appearance of her surroundings clearly. There was an endless black wind blowing between heaven and earth, and the space shattered at the slightest touch. "This is the great samsara," Yi exclaimed when he heard this, scaring Yun Nuashing. "What is the great samsara?" Yun Nuashing was shocked and asked hurriedly. She had heard this term many times and knew that it happened once every 20 eras, but she didn't know what it was. Yi was silent. After a long time, he said, "There are some things that you'd better not know first. Continue to listen." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was confused, but she didn't say anything. Since Yi said that she couldn't know, then she wouldn't know first. After the young lady came out of the ground, she wanted to find her family. However, no matter how long she flew on the ground, she couldn't see anyone. There was no vitality in the world, and even the sun in the sky was dim. Later, she saw a faint light in the distance. However, the energy provided by the holy grade Xian crystal was limited, so she couldn't go there. She had to go back to the depths of the earth. When she went back, she found that the so-called burial was just a small pit. It was only a few meters above the ground. She remembered that her father had buried her in a very deep place. After that, I don't know how many years passed in the blink of an eye. I've seen people more than once, but their clothes are different from yours. No one can understand what I'm saying. So far, you're the only one who can understand. But I vaguely know a few things in the past. I've been sleeping for a very, very long time. It seems that my father extracted my soul back then because he wanted me to live, right? The young lady's eyes dimmed when she said this. Her father wasn't the only powerful person in the world. There were many opponents in that country. According to this calculation, he might have passed away in the years. They shouldn't be able to reunite. You also don't know which era you're from. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was a little depressed. Even Ziyi himself couldn't tell which era this language was from. He had hoped that she could know. There was no aura of the great samsara left on the Xian crystal that Z had mentioned, so she couldn't deduce it. I should be able to deduce it, right? Just barely? The young lady touched her head and smiled cutely. Then she fell silent. After a long while, she said, "Well, how long has it been since that thing?" That thing? What thing? Yun Nuashing was at a loss. That thing. Lan Xianer frowned. She seemed to be very anxious. Don't worry. Think about it slowly. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but persuade her. Hey? Well, there's a stone appreciation convention in the Divine Land. Is there anything else? The young lady patted her head and smiled in surprise. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He didn't know either, so he had to ask. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They looked at each other and seemed to be a little confused. The Stone Appreciation Convention she mentioned is at the Stone Appreciation Convention in the Crystal Sorcery Realm, where only those with profound attainments, or even those who are going to be Heaven Meridian Masters, can enter? Yuan Shao touched his face and asked. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing expressed that he didn't know, but he still told the young lady. It seems, I don't know. I only saw a group of old men surrounding me and looking at me. I saw that they were all looking at me with ill intentions, so I fought my way out. Many people tried to stop me on the way. Lan Xianer shook her head in distress. Thinking about this matter, she still felt a little angry. Fought them out? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. This young lady didn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. She could actually fight them out. But it sounded like it was the case, so he quickly asked. The Stone Appreciation Convention is still going on, but it's a little different. This Stone Appreciation Convention has been going on for 2 or 3 eras. I can't tell how many times it has been. At the end of his sentence, Yuan Shao clapped his hands and shouted. He looked at Lan Xian, as if he had seen a ghost. In one of the Stone Appreciation Convention, it was said that a divine lady was cut out. She was in a spiritual state and spoke a language that no one could understand. In the end, she broke through layers of blockades and escaped from the hands of hundreds of God and underworld experts. Could it be her? As Yuan Shao spoke, he kept stepping back. Yun Nuashing was stunned and translated again. It seems to be me. Lan Xian was a little uncertain, but it seemed to be her. Yun Nuashing was stunned and translated. Damn, it's really her. That divine lady. My God, it's been a whole era. It's passed down from the previous era. This is big news. Hearing this, Yuan Shao's good friend shouted and kept stepping back, as if they had seen something terrible. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and translated as long as an era. Only an era? Let me do the math. Hearing this, Lan Xian counted with her slender fingers and said, I was born in an era. When I woke up, it was 2 eras. When I woke up again, it was 3 eras, 4 eras, and 5 eras. So it's the 6th era now. When Yun Nuashing heard the girl's soft voice, he was scared to the core. His handsome face turned pale and he screamed, You're a myth. You're a god? You're a person from the mythological era? Didn't that era turn into ashes and nothing was left behind? The relic of the Tsangyan meteor that he saw last time was only the tomb of the Almighty God. When the crowd heard his scream, they quickly covered their ears. They didn't know what shocking news he had heard. Hey, what mythological era? Hearing this, Lan Xian looked at him blankly and didn't understand. I'm not sure. It's just that I can't tell if I woke up in the same era or in 2 different eras. I just saw that those people were dressed differently. Yun Nuashing was speechless. He slowly told her about the current world. Of course, he didn't neglect the fact that the mythological era was almost a legendary era. I don't know. Every time I wake up, I don't stay awake for a long time. I don't know how much time has passed. I don't even feel it. Lan Xian aside. She couldn't hide the loneliness in her voice. Being born in a different era might be a kind of sorrow for her. Ah, I remember saying, together with the mythological era that you mentioned. I think I know why you can understand what I'm saying. Lan Xien looked at Yun Nuashing and suddenly understood. What? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was stunned. He quickly pricked up his ears. When I woke up for the 4th or 5th time, I saw it in an ancient book. Although I can't read, I can still feel it with my divine thoughts. I saw a message about the mythological era. Lan Xener thought for a while and said, the ancient book said that in the mythological era, countless deities were born. The blood of the deities was very precious. As for what it could be used for, I don't remember. I only remember a word. What word? Yun Nuashing was a good listener. When he heard her stop, he quickly asked, the descendants of the deities. The descendants of the deities? Yun Nuashing repeated. He didn't know what this word meant, but he vaguely guessed that it should be referring to the descendants of the deities. Yes, the descendants of the deities are born with the language of the mythological era. They don't need to learn it. Normally, they don't necessarily know that they know this language. Once someone uses this language to communicate, it will be reflected. Lan Xen nodded and said with certainty. After hearing this, Yun Nuashing only felt that it was a bit ridiculous. He was actually a descendant of the deities? That's impossible, right? It is said that people who inherit the bloodline of the deities, whether it is cultivation or learning anything, can reach the sky in a single bound. Even their physique will become very special, or they will be born with an abnormal physique. Lan Xien racked her brain and finally stopped. She couldn't continue speaking. It seemed that she had forgotten all about it. Little star, I think it suits you. You can reach the sky in a single bound. You don't need to learn swordsmanship. You speak the language of the mythological era, and you have the most mysterious divine body of the deities. You see, it all fits. Before Yun Nuashing could deny it, Zai laughed out loud, which made him feel a little speechless. He could not explain the sword technique clearly, but the cultivation was because of the use of external objects. He really did not believe that a person who fell from the sky would have any blood relationship with the god of the most mysterious era. That's all I know. Now, can you let me out? Chapter 282. Let you out. Yun Nuashing looked at her suspiciously. She scratched her head and hesitated. Yes, I've been asleep for too long. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. I don't know what's the point. It's rare for me to meet someone who can talk to me in this era. I don't want to sleep anymore. Lan Xener nodded and said softly, every time I wake up, I don't know when I'll fall asleep. How can I let you out? Yun Nuashing was stunned. She looked at the holy grade celestial crystal and her face darkened. It looked so hard, I don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't have to wait for someone to let me out. I would have gone out by myself. Seeing his helpless look, Lan Xener smiled bitterly. If she had a way, she wouldn't have been trapped for so long. He sighed. He had no other way. He could only wait and see if someone else had a way. However, before he could ask, Zi laughed in her heart. Little star, it's not impossible for you to save this girl. The sudden laughter stunned Yun Nuashing. From her words, it seemed that there was a way. She quickly asked, do you have a way? Yes, I do. Zi chuckled. She suddenly changed the topic and said, but is it really okay to do this? Juan? I mean, can you really trust this strange person? Are you not prepared at all? Aren't you afraid that she's lying to you, just to get you to let her out? Zi's voice suddenly carried a hint of sharpness. Unlike her worries, Yun Nuashing laughed directly after hearing this. She laughed a little heartlessly and indifferently. She said, I've said that I'll give people a chance to trust me when I meet them for the first time. No matter what the consequences are, I'll bear them. Besides, why would she lie to me? Is there a reason for her to lie to me? Why don't you just say that you're too lazy to question people? Zi said. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She felt that it seemed to make some sense, but she couldn't refute it. She simply ignored it. Sai, just take it as it is. Now, tell me how to release Exer. You're already calling me by my name. Yi suddenly teased, causing his face to turn green and white. All right, I won't tease you anymore. After laughing for a while, Yi stopped. He put on a serious face and told Shuryen the method. Just use the soul. The soul energy is preserved in the black crystal, so it can pierce through the black crystal. Upon receiving this information, Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. However, she did not hesitate and directly split her soul out. Little boy, what are you doing? Yuan Qian couldn't help but ask when she saw his soul split out. Why did he suddenly reveal his soul when they were talking so nicely? Yun Nuashing waved her hand, and the humanoid shape of her soul reached out to the glazed crystal. Are you crazy? You want to release her? Seeing this scene, Yuan Shao was scared out of his wits. He was about to stop him, but was stopped by Yuan Qian. Sixth uncle let the little boy go. He should have his own plans. Yuan Qian stood in front of Yun Nuashing and shook her head at him. Although she didn't have much confidence in her own words, she trusted Yun Nuashing from the bottom of her heart. So she stopped Yuan Shao. Sai, little girl, you do as you wish. Being stopped by Yuan Qian, Yuan Shao scratched his head helplessly and said in distress, If anything happens to her after she comes out, I can't stop it. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Thinking of what he had just said about the stone convention, they felt a little uneasy. However, when they saw Yuan Qian's expression, they couldn't really say anything. Moreover, they also wanted to see what Lan Exen would do after she came out. His arm reached into the glazed crystal without any hindrance. Yun Nuashing reached out to the young girl and said with a smile, Come here. The girl was stunned and looked at Yun Nuashing with a little surprise. Although she had only lived for 18 years, but after so many years of accumulation, she didn't sleep for nothing. Naturally, she knew a lot about how to deal with people, but she didn't expect that he would pull her out so easily. Lan Xayana was stunned for a while. Just when she was about to speak, she was stopped by Yun Nuashing's words. You said that we might be the only two people in the world who know this language. Why are you hesitating? Yun Nuashing said with a smile and reached out his hand. Lan Xayana was speechless. She was choked by her own words. Looking at the excessively white hand, she was a little sluggish, as if she couldn't believe it. After sleeping for so many years, she could finally be free? Come on, Yun Nuashing still said with a smile, and reached out his hand a little more. When Lan Xayana came to herself, she put her small hand on Yun Nuashing's hand. Suddenly, she pulled her hand back. The pure Maimao looked at him and said, What is your name? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was stunned. Then, he realized that he didn't mention his name when they were talking about him. Yun Nuashing. Call me Nuashing or Little Star. You can call me whatever you like. Then, I will call you Brother Nuashing. Lan Xayana thought for a while and said with a smile. What? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and looked at her in disbelief. His face trembled and he said, Well, you are much older than me. Why don't we talk about seniority? In the end, he muttered in his heart, I am afraid that I will be beaten to death by Ming. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Hearing this, the young girl ran her fingers through her hair and said with a smile, I have only lived for 18 years. You are older than me, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to call me that, right? Also, I will call you whatever you want me to. I am the youngest in the family, so I am used to calling you brother. Can't I, Brother Nuashing? As long as you are happy. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded helplessly. He didn't know what to do with her. The young girl, covered her mouth and giggled. She obediently placed her small hand in Yun Nuashing's hand and let him pull her out. When his soul returned to his body and he opened his eyes, he saw a group of people standing in front of him. They were on high alert and had weapons in their hands. They looked at him as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a long time. Am I not welcome here? Seeing this, Lan Xen lowered her head and almost buried it in her chest. She looked so pitiful that it made people want to protect her. No, they were just frightened by me. Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. He kept the glazed crystal stone and led her toward the crowd. When the crowd saw that Lan Xen didn't seem to be hostile, they slowly relaxed. They put away the weapons in their hands and greeted her with smiles. However, when the two sides were introducing each other, Yun Nuashing racked his brains to introduce Xian and the others. However, because of the language barrier, it was a little difficult to speak. At this time, Yun Nuashing acted as the best translator, one sentence after another after another. F***CK. Are you treating me like a messenger? In the end, he went berserk. Little boy, you are just a translator. Unexpectedly, Yuan Qian and the others laughed and said straightforwardly, I at yen% and asterisk. Yun Nuashing wanted to fly into a rage, but there was nothing he could do. He glared at the flowers in front of him and waved his hand angrily. Then he continued to act as a translator. Haha, let's not talk here. Let's go to the Dragon Gate Hall and have a small gathering. I have booked a banquet there. Seeing that everyone was chatting happily, Yao Ling suggested with a smile. Everyone nodded and didn't have any objections. They should go to a place to celebrate. Yun Nuashing said a lot, and Lan Xan didn't have any objections. She just wanted to find a place to stay. After all, it was inconvenient for a soul to move around. If someone saw her, she might be captured. Yun Nuashing thought for a while, then took out the sky piercer and waved it. Brother Nuashing, you want me to stay here? Seeing this, Lan Xen pouted her lips and furrowed her brows. Her adorable look made everyone like her even more. Even Yuan Qian stood out. Little boy, give Xen another place to stay. Yuan Qian rubbed her head and couldn't help but laugh. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and put away the sky piercer. Then he took out the divine light mirror. Lan Xen looked at it and shook her head. Mei Mao stared at him as if she wanted to say something. Yun Nuashing had a headache. He put away the mirror and took out the golden chain. Lan Xen shook her head. Golden celestial sword, sun god bow, a few ancient swords, mountain splitting axe. Yun Nuashing took out all the weapons he had, except the Linghong sword and the swirling zither. However, Lan Xen still shook her head and looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes. When everyone saw the pile of weapons being changed, they all gasped. Although they couldn't see the depth of the weapons, they could feel that they were definitely not ordinary weapons. However, when they saw him changing weapons again and again, they felt that their worldview was destroyed. Seeing Lan Xen shaking her head, those who were more sensitive than Yun Nuashing seemed to have sensed something. Yuan, she shook her head and sighed, muttering, Nuashing is really destined to be alone for the rest of his life. Yes, it's destined to be alone. Jin Heng also nodded in agreement. Yes, destined to be alone. Yao Ling also agreed. You don't know. Brother is a piece of wood. Ming, who was in Xian's arms, also shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered. When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood. Xian, where do you want to stay? Give me a quick death. After all the weapons were rejected, Yun Nuashing only felt that he was about to break down. He directly surrendered and looked at her with a bitter face. At this time, he realized that this was also a difficult lady to please. Brother Nuashing is really an idiot. Lan Xen couldn't help but sigh, which made him smile even more bitterly. However, she didn't say much. She looked at Yun Nuashing twice and fixed her gaze on the purple-red pendant. However, she shook her head. She didn't intend to choose that. In the end, she chose the sky piercer. She turned into a ball of light and entered the halberd. Yuan, didn't you dislike my halberd in the beginning? When Yun Nuashing saw this, he felt a little confused. However, he didn't think too much about it. He waved his hand and put away the sky piercer. Uffed, little star. Your harem lineup is getting more and more magnificent. Ye had been silent all this time. It was only now that he laughed out loud, making Yun Nuashing feel very awkward. What does it have to do with me? It's not like I wanted it. Moreover, how did it become my harem? It has nothing to do with me. As he roared until here, he paused and quickly changed the direction. It has nothing to do with me, okay? Pfft, ha ha ha, there will be in the future. Yi laughed loudly 3 times. He was so embarrassed that he was about to explode with anger. Percent, and at yen% and asterisk. Chapter 283. The news of the stone gambling in the Qi family is soon spread. Yun Nuashing defeated Xianing. Everyone is speechless. They all take a cold breath. They have seen Yun Nuashing's capability. In the past half a month, he was preaching in the stone workshop. He seemed to be a master. However, the master that everyone thought highly of was defeated by the unknown former. How far has he improved his crystallography? Can he be a Tian, my master? However, some people who have seen Yun Nuashing's work spread the news. He is not a Tian, my master, and his means are totally different from that of a Tian, my master. However, he didn't hesitate at all. He cut the stone neatly. A future Tian, my master. Now, in everyone's heart, Yun Nuashing is labeled as a Tian, my master. Many people from different forces know that and want to make him a VIP. A future Tian, my master, has unlimited potential. It is unknown how much he can bring to a force. However, judging from the appearance of the Scarlet Cross, it can't be a small amount. It can be said that if a force has a Tian, my master, it is equal to having a super storage room. They don't need to worry about the lack of energy in the future. When the result of the bet is known, almost half of the people in the city want to vomit blood. In the other game, most of the people bet on Xianing. However, the winner is someone else. The one that suffers the most serious loss is the gambling city. The odds are as high as 1 to 499. Now, the gambling city has the urge to close the door. People in the gambling city nervously stare at the door. They don't even dare to breathe. They are afraid that there will be an old and beautiful woman in white. Now, they all look very embarrassed. They turn pale and then green and then black. They feel so uncomfortable as if they have swallowed a dead fly. Because, in this game, Yuan Qian bet 1 billion on Yun Nuashing. Even the crystallography master bet 10 million on her. So, they will have to pay nearly 500 billion, which is equal to 5 million kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Such a large amount of money is enough to make some first-class forces vomit blood and suffer a great loss. Though they received a lot of money from Xianing in the gambling that day, compared with such a large amount of money, it is nothing. It is even less than 1%. With such a compensation, they will almost go bankrupt. They feel sad and hurt all over. They almost vomit blood to express their grief and indignation. Just as the people in the gambling city were about to close their doors and avoid the world, the elegant and beautiful figure and the old figure finally walked through the gates of the gambling city at the same time, causing the atmosphere in the gambling city to drop to the freezing point. Yuan Shao, the divine underworld expert, also came along with them. He emitted a faintly discernible pressure, causing the people inside to pale in fright. They didn't even dare to say a word. This was simply using power to oppress people, so they had no choice but to pay for it. The owner of the casino was also alarmed and hurriedly ran out. However, he was only a god king and was far weaker than Yuan Shao. He broke out in cold sweat as soon as he saw Yuan Shao. His defense was shaken and dispersed. He hurriedly squeezed out an ugly smile and greeted him. However, in his heart he was cursing the 18 generations of Yuan Shao's ancestors. They surely come to take the money. He surely knows that. However, it is such a large amount of money. Though the gambling city has been in Divine Sky City for a long time and has accumulated a lot of savings, if he gives it away, he will lose all his savings. Because of the pressure from Shunming, he has to accept it. He can only pinch his nose and reluctantly and angrily give the money to them. He sees the three of them, especially the woman in white, happily walk out of the door. The owner of the gambling city feels that his heart is broken into two halves. He feels cold. I want to check the fraud. It must be a trap. After Yuan Qian and the other two left, the gambling city was filled with shouts. That was the savings of many years. They were unwilling to hand it over just like that. However, it was impossible for them to cause trouble in front of Yuan Qian and the others. They could only shout and shout. Then, some people ran to the Crystal Technique family. Some people in Divine Sky City are shocked when they hear the news. They remember what the Crystal Master said. They can't help smiling bitterly. Unsurprisingly, there is something else going on. Some people who bet heavily on Xianing also go to the Crystal family with resentment. They think that the Crystal family went easy on her and want to ask for an explanation. However, the Crystal family is angry because they have to pay over 20 billion yuan for their defeat. Now, someone comes to them. They happen to be in trouble. They don't say anything. They swear at each other and almost fight with each other in the end. This was a bejeweled jade palace. Every inch of the palace was carved out of top-quality jade, and there were exquisite and complicated patterns carved on it. Within the palace, there were even patches of mist drifting about, causing it to appear magnificent and magnificent. It was dreamlike, like an immortal paradise. After Yuan Qian and the others take the money away, they proudly walk out of the gambling city. Naturally, they go to the Dragon Gate Hall as agreed. All of them come, including Chu Ilian and Meng Yan. The white mist is dense. The palace is located in the clouds. If one looks down from the sky, he or she can see the whole Divine Sky City clearly. The pedestrians below are as small as sesame seeds. In the air, one or two strange beasts occasionally fly by. A group of people is in the big manor outside the palace. They step on the golden stairs and look down. It seems that one person is standing above tens of thousands of people. The mist flows in the sky and under their feet. It is like a fairyland on earth. I don't know when the dragon egg will hatch. Seeing the people in the air rushing away on strange beasts, Yun Nuashing stared blankly for a long time. He retracted his gaze with envy. He always wanted to have his own mount. To be precise, he wanted to ride a dragon and roam the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now this goal is not far away. Everyone is sitting in the manor, drinking and talking. Jean Hung poured Yun Nuashing a cup and said with a smile, "Little brother Nuashing, actually I have always been curious. You have always been betting on money. You shouldn't be a greedy person, right?" "Yes, you can know a person's face, but not his heart." Yun Nuashing nodded and smiled seriously. Everyone was stunned. He then smiled and said, "I am just making some preparations for a long-term trip in the future. I just want to earn money as travel expenses. I didn't expect something like this to happen." "Long-term trip?" Everyone was curious when they heard. "Yes, although it is a little ridiculous. I am determined to travel all over the realm of the gods. Along the way, there will definitely be many places where I will need money." Yun Nuashing laughed and silently pushed the cup of wine to Xian. He didn't like the taste of wine. Hiss! Everyone gasped when they heard his great ambition. Who knew how big the realm of the gods was? Just the northern wilderness alone was enough for mortals to walk for thousands of years and still not reach the next area. How long would it take to travel all over the realm of the gods? Even for cultivators, it was an immeasurable amount of time. "Little boy, why are you going so far?" Yuan Qian asked curiously. "The world is so big. I want to walk around." Yun Nuashing laughed, then muttered in his heart, "Do you think I want to? If it weren't for defiant ultimate god in Cordine, who told him that he had to finish this journey and rush into the starry sky to find out about his identity, he wouldn't have bothered to walk such a long journey. Even though this was his original goal, everyone rolled their eyes. After sitting in the manor for a while, everyone walked straight into the palace. They had booked the whole place today, so they could play and eat whatever they wanted. No one would care. Usually, those who could book the whole Dragon Gate Hall were the distinguished figures of first-class forces or some god-level powerhouses who were hosting a banquet. Drizzling rain fell from the sky, dripping onto the pool and the walls of the palace. It was as if there was a clear sound of music echoing. Everyone used energy to create a barrier to keep the raindrops away, except for Yun Nuashing. He strolled alone in the drizzle. The cool raindrops hit his face, making it itchy. He was the one who suggested the rain. There was a scene of 4 seasons in the Dragon Gate Hall, and he could switch to any season according to his mood. He chose spring. The spring rain that filled the sky fell from the sky. According to him, it was a different feeling, so why should he block it? Everyone saw him walking alone on the white jade paved road, humming in the drizzle. His waist-long light purple hair stuck to his clothes without anything tying it up. It was like a purple waterfall, shining brightly when wet. He even spun from time to time, causing his long hair to flutter. The bright spring sunlight hit his face. It was slightly cool, but also a little warm. He was carefree and satisfied. Even everyone couldn't help but hum along, almost dispersing the barrier together. Splash! Suddenly, Yun Nuashing threw a water ball at everyone's feet when they weren't paying attention. The splashing water soaked the bottom of his trousers and long skirt, and everyone suddenly felt their ankles turn cold. "What are you doing? Come quickly." They looked over in astonishment. Yun Nuashing was still holding a water ball the size of a head in his hand. He stuck out his tongue and looked cute and a little naughty. However, everyone was speechless when they felt the coldness coming from their ankles. But looking at his smile, the anger in their hearts was suppressed. They really didn't have any temper. They smiled helplessly and quickly chased after him. A banquet had already been set up in the palace. The intoxicating aroma of wine made everyone feel relaxed and happy. They couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. However, when the smell entered Yun Nuashing's nose, he was speechless. But he couldn't say anything. He didn't drink wine, but others did. Moreover, the smell was uncomfortable. At least it wasn't disgusting, so he endured it. This banquet is worth at least 50 kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals. It's already quite extravagant. Jin Han couldn't help but exclaim. However, compared to the legendary banquet of the gods, it's still a little lacking. The demon spirit raised a jade cup filled with fine wine, took a deep sniff, and shook his head regretfully. Sigh, those banquets of the gods can only be booked by people at the level of gods. Moreover, it costs thousands of kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals. They also have to be booked a month in advance. Otherwise, it's difficult to get the ingredients. Yuan Qian took a sip of wine. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble because of the delicious taste. She even moaned. Yuan Shi and the others saw her and rolled their eyes. Yuan Qian looked at her 6th uncle, Yuan Shao. Little girl, are you trying to make your 6th uncle poor? Seeing her look over, Yuan Shao's face twitched and he laughed dryly. Anyway, I don't expect to be able to eat a meal. Yuan Qian stuck out her tongue. She knew it was impossible. Isn't it a little too exaggerated? Yun Nuashing sniffled and asked, rolling his eyes. It's not exaggerated at all. For example, the dish Heavenly Dragon Spine is really made of dragon meat. It's the most essential part of the dragon's body. If an ordinary person eats it, his life will be prolonged. If a cultivator eats it, his strength will be enhanced to a higher level. Yuan, she said. Dragon. Yun Nuashing was speechless. He couldn't even ride a dragon, but a dragon was sent to the dining table. This made his heart ache. His pout and frown made people feel pity for him. In the past, there was tea made from the leaves of the heavenly spirit tree. It said that drinking a sip can extend one's life by hundreds of years. But now, even the banquets of the gods can't afford this. Lu Yi sighed. Why? Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and touched the pendant. The heavenly spirit tree was originally in the forbidden area of the ghost forest, but it has disappeared. The remaining branches and leaves of the heavenly spirit tree were, of course, put away. After all, it's only used once. No one has the courage to make tea out of the leaves of the heavenly spirit tree. TSK, the existence of the third in the heavenly treasure list already has such a magical effect. I really don't know what magical effect the first two have. The demon shook his head. The second on the list is the heavenly phoenix blood tree. Although it's said to be second, it's neck and neck with the third heavenly spirit tree. No one has any news about its birth. It's said that this tree is watered by the blood of the phoenix. TSK, the phoenix is a divine beast. There's only one in the world. I really don't know what a tree nourished with its blood looks like. Jin Hung was the divine son of the Golden Temple and the little leader of the Golden Jade Palace. What's the first thing? Everyone was a little curious. They already knew the third and second place. What about the first? The first. Jin Hung was stunned. He sighed and said, "The first is also a kind of tree." That's even stranger. Why are they all trees? Everyone was puzzled. Jin Hung laughed dryly and said, "The first ancient tree is called the God Spirit Tree." As soon as his voice fell, Yun Nuashing directly spat out the water. His face was full of horror. Could the God Spirit Tree be the God Spirit Tree? "Nuashing, what's wrong?" Seeing him spit out the water, "Yuan," she asked. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I just choked on water. Jin Hung, you can continue." Jin Hung nodded and slowly told them about the God Spirit Tree. It was the same as what Yun Nuashing learned from Z. Only now did they know that it was the God Spirit Tree that ranked first on the heavenly treasure list. After hearing this, everyone sighed. A God's Spirit Tree nourished by the power of the gods was hard to find. Chapter 284. I remember that old guy said that there are no more gods in this world. What's going on? Yun Nuashing thought of the gods when she mentioned the Tree of God. The gods in the legends were actually those who had reached the peak of their cultivation. Perhaps they could be called true gods. Their body structure was different from that of ordinary humans, and they were also very different from the gods. After all, the gods were still considered half a human. Of course, the gods mentioned here were not simply experts in the reincarnation realm. The definition of the gods was that they had to advance about 4 times in the reincarnation realm before they could truly transform into a god. However, people were now used to calling the experts in the reincarnation realm as gods. Although they evolved from humans, they had already shed everything of mortals and transcended to become gods. They were almost another species, the most unique existence in the world. They could order everything in the world with a single thought. Even the gods could only submit to them. No one dared to disobey their orders. With a single thought, the space would collapse and everything would return to the void. They could command the world with a single thought. However, it was this kind of terrifying creature that was still everywhere in the mythological era, but all the species that could be seen on the streets had mysteriously disappeared during the mythological era. The only clue that was known was the mural that was seen in the ruins of the gods on Yunhua planet. In the mural, Twilight of the gods had fallen, but no one knew what the so-called enemy was. Yun Nuashing had also asked Lan Shiner, but she did not know what had happened. Naturally, she did not know about the fall of 10,000 gods. I have heard about this from the older generation. When Yun Nuashing mentioned this matter, everyone was silent. Only Yuan Shao spoke softly. When everyone heard him mention the older generation, they could not help but twitch their eyes. "You are an old monster who has lived for so long. How old must your older generation be?" Ascending to the god realm is actually very simple. From the peak of the demigod realm to the primary god realm, everyone has to undergo a lightning tribulation to destroy their original body and reconstruct a new one. This is an unavoidable process. Cultivators below the God realm and God realm already have physical differences. Although we all look the same, our internal structures are slightly different. That being said, I can't find any differences. Yuan Shao couldn't help but ridicule himself. When everyone heard this, they laughed bitterly. The initial divine rank has 10 ranks: God Son, God Venerable, God King, God Emperor, God Underworld, God Underworld King, Emperor of the Underworld, and God Emperor. Each rank is further divided into 10 ranks. These 10 ranks are collectively known as the initial divine rank, also known as the gods. After the initial divine rank, there is the post-divine rank. Although there is a difference of one word, the difference is enough to make me spit out my tongue. Just from the peak of the initial divine rank to the post-divine rank, which is the peak of the God Emperor realm, this last step will take the lives of countless people. What the peak of the God Emperor realm faces is called the abyss of despair. It is called the 1,000 layers and 100 cycles. As the name suggests, the 1,000 layers and the 100 cycles mean that the 1,000 layers of tempering will target the physical body. This is because the post-divine rank is where one can truly be called a god. Not only the cultivation, but the body structure of a god is also very different from a God Emperor realm. This 1,000 layers of tempering will target this point. I don't know how it will change, but it will refine a body specially for the gods. As for the 100 cycles, it will condense and compress the divine power in the body and refine it 100 times. My God, how much energy does a God Emperor realm contain? Refining it 100 times will take one's life. Towards the end, Yuan Shao was a little scared. The people present were all young elites with good temperament. Even if they heard this news, they felt that the future of cultivation was very long. Isn't it just 100 times? It's nothing. Jin Hung raised his wine cup, took a sip, and smiled. Your hands are shaking. Everyone rolled their eyes at him and said, helplessly. It seemed like even the godson of the Golden Divine Palace was a little scared. Hee, you don't have to worry about anything. There is still a long time before that day comes. With your aptitude, you will be able to go very far on the path of cultivation and achieve very high achievements. The rest is just a matter of time. After all, it is the world of the young now. It is time for this old man to drink tea and grow potted plants. Yuan Shao couldn't help but sigh and ridicule himself again. Everyone rolled their eyes again. Generally speaking, they knew that it wasn't that a rebirth realm expert couldn't be born. It was just that it was very difficult to be born. In that case, it's just that it is very difficult to be born. That old man even said something about heaven and earth not being able to give birth to a rebirth realm expert. It scared me to death. Yin Nuashing patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone nodded. Knowing that the end of cultivation was a dead end in advance was a very big test for their temperament. It would be fun if they couldn't take it and misunderstood. No, regarding this point, I feel that what he said isn't unreasonable. Yuan Shao shook his head and said, this world has changed since some time ago. After going through so many reincarnations, it began to be suppressed by heaven and earth. In addition to the disappearance of the first divine realm expert, there was no one to maintain the order of this world. Gradually, it became dilapidated, just like a garden that no one took care of. It became dilapidated day by day. I read this from an ancient book. We don't even know if there was a first divine realm expert. Could it be that there is a succession of divine realm experts? It is just like the mythological era. We don't even know if there was a divine realm expert. Yuan Shao sighed and said faintly, suppression of heaven and earth? Everyone was a little puzzled. Yes, this world is full of energy suppression. This world is resisting the appearance of super strong experts. After reaching a certain level, it is difficult to make any progress. In fact, other than those who are standing at the peak of the divine realm, even we can faintly feel the suppression of heaven and earth. In fact, my strength hasn't made any progress for many years. I don't know when I will be able to make any progress. Many years ago, Big Brother just advanced to the divine realm, and now he is also being suppressed. Has this energy suppression existed since ancient times? Everyone asked. I don't know, but according to the ancient book, it has been suppressed a long time ago. Yuan Shao shook his head and said, What exactly is the great reincarnation? Yun Nuoxing hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask. This I don't know. Just like what you all know, it is something that happens once every 20 eras. It has almost become a symbol of the replacement of every era. However, 20 eras, that period of time is not for us to pass through. It is for some higher level gods or even divine spirits to pass through. People like us, when the great reincarnation arrives, we will probably be ashes to ashes and dust to dust, right? I remember that the reincarnation realm wasn't originally called the reincarnation realm. It was called the Great Heavenly Reincarnation. Is this name hinting that the reincarnation realm expert has something to do with the Great Reincarnation? Yuan Shao knocked on his head. He wanted to recall more things, but he couldn't remember anything else. Sigh, I'm old now. I can't remember things anymore. What I said was what I read in an ancient book many years ago. The things written in it are already very vague. I barely understood these things through the vague imprints left behind. You all will have to ask Big Brother for more. If we go back, Father will slap me to death. Yuan Qian stuck out her tongue and grabbed Yun Nuoxing with lingering fear. She seemed to be imagining her father's ferocious look. After all, she was the oldest of the 10 children. She actually took the lead to bring people out of the Yuan residence without notifying them, causing the whole family to think that they had gone missing. Haha, Big Brother always talks about you all. He always wants to find you all. Now that this matter is over, you should go back and take a look. Don't make him anxious. Big Brother won't do anything to you. You're already so old. Do you still want to slap him? Yuan Shao chuckled and said, Perhaps Father won't do anything, but Mother's side will be troublesome. I can't avoid being nagged. Yuan Qian buried her head in Yun Nuoxing's embrace and mumbled softly. Everyone who saw this didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know what to say. Ding-ling. Suddenly, a crisp sound floated. The beautiful sound of a zither slowly rang out. It gradually overflowed like a tide, filling every inch of space in the palace. It was as if there were fairies dancing in the wind, accompanied by the sound of rain outside the palace. The soft sound of the spring breeze filled everyone's heart, causing them to yearn for it. Everyone took the time to look over, only to see Chu Yilian hugging a zither and sitting on the balcony. Her jade-like hands lightly danced on the zither strings. The sound of the zither caused people to be unable to help but indulge in it. For a moment, they threw the matter that they were discussing out of the window. Only Yun Nuoxing knew that this zither sound contained a special rhythm. It seemed that he was the only one who wasn't affected. Even Yuan Shui, because her cultivation wasn't deep enough for Chu Yilian, slowly fell into it. Even Yuan Shao couldn't avoid it. The gentle music was like flowing water flowing through the valley, giving off the wonderful sound of spring water. The entire palace was immersed in it. The flawless music gently streaked across the space, bringing about waves that were hard to be seen by ordinary people, melodiously drifting into the distance. After a long time, Chu Yilian slowly stopped playing. Everyone who was still immersed in it only regained their senses after a long time. They couldn't help but shake their heads. Rhythm, no wonder it's one of the top bewitching techniques in the world. Even I couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. Yuan Shao could not help but sigh. Although he could sense the killing intent in the melody, it would still take some effort to break free from the intoxicating melody. At the very least, it could distract him. And Chu Yilian's cultivation was only at the immortal level. Could it affect the gods a little? Fairy Chu's zither music is really wonderful. It's almost at the realm of resonance of 10,000 daos. Jin Hung and the others also praised. Hearing this, Chu Ilian smiled noncommittally and said softly, "In the end, I can't reach that realm. A month ago, the rhythm that floated in the divine Sky City was the real roar of 10,000 Daos, accompanied by the performance of heaven and earth. This realm has nothing to do with one's strength or inheritance. It's very difficult to reach it with one's own efforts. Speaking of which, I'm a little unconvinced. Little brother Nuashing, you're the first person who didn't indulge in Ilian's music." Chu Ilian looked at Yun Nuashing and smiled sweetly. In an instant, her elegance was like 100 flowers blooming, bright and moving. Hearing these words that were exactly the same as Xian Yin's, Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned and a little absent-minded. He felt that the beautiful girl sitting in front of him wasn't Chu Ilian, but Xian Yin. After a long time, he regained his senses and laughed dryly. Only then did he realize that there seemed to be a little similar charm between the two girls. He didn't know if it was because they both cultivated music. "I have a natural resistance to some bewitching things, so it didn't have any effect, right? Fairy, don't take it to heart." Yun Nuashing smiled and didn't say much. Chapter 285. Chu Ilian sat down gracefully, as she had just sat on the balcony. Her body was inevitably stained with water droplets. Her hair was also a little wet, like a beauty who had just come out of a bath. The ethereal Maimao blinked slightly, and a faint fragrance wafted from her body. It was like an orchid and musk, and it made a certain person inadvertently sniffle. "Little brother Nuashing, Ilian toasts you with a glass of wine." She smiled sweetly, and her jade-like hand gently raised the small wine glass, reaching out to Yun Nuashing. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt a little ashamed. She was a girl, and yet she could drink. No, to be precise, everyone present could drink, and they could drink very well, very well. He didn't know how many bottles they had drunk, but he was the only one who hadn't touched a single drop. Fortunately, no one found out, or else he didn't know if they would think that he was a wet blanket. But now, it seemed that he couldn't refuse any more. Touching his forehead, Yun Nuashing looked at her and smiled very lightly. Although she was the successor of the drunken immortal house, she had a kind of otherworldly feeling that was untainted by the mud. She had a strange charm that made people involuntarily have a good impression of her. Yun Nuashing really couldn't find a way out now. Chu Ilian's words made everyone look at him, and when they realized that he didn't move, they looked at him curiously. Seeing this, she laughed loudly. "Nuashing, what are you doing? You're actually unmoved by a beauty's invitation." Yun Nuashing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Little brother Nuashing, since you're not accepting, I'll accept this cup for you." Although Jin Hung didn't know what was going on with him, he could see that he was a little embarrassed. He immediately laughed, picked up the cup of wine in front of Yun Nuashing, and drank it in one gulp. Yun Nuashing's face trembled. Seeing this, Chu Ilian could only take back the wine glass, took a sip and smiled. "Little brother Nuashing, you're the first person to reject Ilian. I'm a very vengeful person, but..." Yun Nuashing wiped the sweat off his face. His expression was very strange. Anyone could tell that something was wrong with him. "It's over. Brother is going to be tortured," Ming muttered softly when he saw this. Zi Yan tugged at his sleeve and looked at him worriedly. She transmitted her voice. "Xingxing, are you all right? Little boy, you're sweating a lot. Are you sick?" Yuan Qian walked over and placed her hand on his forehead as she asked with concern. "No." Yun Nuashing shook her head stiffly and laughed dryly. "Little brother, what's going on? From the beginning, you didn't drink or talk much. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lu Yi also asked. "No." Yun Nuashing was so anxious that her lips trembled. "Little brother Nuashing, drink a glass of wine to calm your nerves. The wine here is also good for treating illnesses." Yuan Qi also raised a glass of wine and placed it in front of Yun Nuoxing as she smiled. Yun Nuoxing's face suddenly turned red. He gritted his teeth and his handsome face was ferocious. It was as if he had suffered a great pain. Everyone was shocked. Before they could say anything, he shouted, I don't know how to drink. Ah. His embarrassed and angry voice sounded like an ultrasonic wave. Even the sound of the wind quieted down. The atmosphere in the palace seemed to have frozen. Only Yun Nuoxing's handsome face was flushed red, and he was panting heavily as he stared at the crowd. Uffed. Yuan Qian was the first to lose it. Her slender eyelashes trembled violently as she covered her cherry mouth with her hand. However, she was laughing so hard that her entire body was shaking. About that, drinking wine, that's. When the demon heard this, he calmly wanted to say something. However, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He bit his lips hard, and his handsome face was a little red from holding his breath. Nuoxing, you actually, it's nothing. You don't drink wine or anything. You're not the only one in the world, right? Yuan, she held his breath for a long time. He opened his mouth and wanted to laugh, but he choked it back. His face was very funny, and his laughter came out from between his fingers. Brother Yuan, your laughter is like farting. Ha ha ha. Finally, Jin Heng couldn't hold it in anymore and was the first to laugh out loud. It was as if a barrel of explosives had been detonated. The people who were holding it in earlier couldn't help but laugh until the sky turned upside down. Each and every one of them was lying on the ground, hitting the floor and the table. Even Meng Yan and Zian, who were naturally quiet, were laughing like flowers. They were like two beautiful scenery that had a different flavor. Seeing everyone laughing so happily, Yun Nuoxing's face was so hot that he wanted to die. He was probably the only one who couldn't laugh. Chu Ilian was embarrassed for a while and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, young people, not drinking is also a habit to cultivate one's character. Yuan Shao patted his shoulder and wanted to comfort him. However, he still laughed out loud in the end. You guys? Yun Nuoxing felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. It was the first time in his life that he was treated as a laughingstock. Now his whole body was burning. Even Ming couldn't help but laugh. The loud laughter echoed in the palace and lasted for a full 10 minutes before it gradually subsided. Everyone straightened their faces and smiled faintly. They looked at the blushing Yun Nuoxing and couldn't help but shake their heads. What's so funny? The taste of this wine is so bad. It tastes bitter and astringent. How is it good? I really don't know who invented it, Yun Nuoxing said discontentedly. His face was red, and he simply smashed the pot. Nuoxing, your words have offended all the drinking friends in the world. Yuan, she couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Little boy, you're really... Yuan Qian laughed weakly. At this time, she was hanging on Yun Nuoxing's body. Her face was flushed and her hair was messy, as if she had just woken up. Humph. Yun Nuoxing snorted softly and turned his head away in a fit of pique. He ignored everyone, and his arrogant look almost made everyone laugh out loud again. Hee, little boys are quite cute when they're angry. Leaning on Yun Nuoxing, Yuan Qian pinched his face and smiled sweetly. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and ignored her. Speaking of which, little brother Nuoxing, what do you plan to do with the Scarlet Cross? Everyone tidied up their clothes and took a long time to slowly calm down. Then they talked about the Scarlet Cross. That I'm going to use it as a weapon. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said directly, You already have so many weapons, and you still want to use them. Everyone looked at him bitterly. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that he took out a lot of weapons as if they were free. How could he use them as weapons now? I can't help it. The Scarlet Cross is a 12th level material. Only the gods can use it. I'm not a god, so I definitely can't change its appearance or anything. I can only use it as a whole. Moreover, the Scarlet Cross was originally forged into a weapon, but it seemed to be only a semi-finished product. It was discarded before it was completely forged. Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue. Moreover, although I have many weapons, none of them are comparable to the Scarlet Cross. After listening, everyone suddenly understood. No matter what kind of weapon, the best quality was only 12th level. Now that he had a top-level weapon, he might not use the rest. Jin Hung, how's the 0-degree ice stone? Speaking of this, Yun Nuashing remembered the stone he threw in the Golden Palace. About that, there's no problem. If nothing unexpected happens, the auction will be finished today. Because it's not a grand auction. There probably won't be an unprecedented scene. However, the advertisement is enough. I think there should be a lot of people coming. Jin Heng nodded. Yuan Qian twirled Mei Mao with a mischievous look. She poked Yun Nuashing's face with her lily-white hand and said with a smile, "Little boy, do you really want to go to the end of the Pantheon world?" Hearing this grand ambition, everyone looked over at him together. They were a little curious. Going to the end of the Pantheon world was not just for show. That distance, that long journey, could scare a god to death. I came from the Taiyuan territory. What do you think? Hearing this, Yin Nuashing agreed very straightforwardly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Then they smiled bitterly. This was really an incredible journey. I came from the Taiyuan territory with my brother. At this time, Ming stood on a stool with his hands on his waist and said proudly. Then he burrowed into Yun Nuashing's arms and refused to come down. Yun Nuashing shook his head and said, "Well, that's about it. When we're done here, we should be on our way." "Little boy, you're leaving?" Hearing this, Yuan Qian was a little anxious. Her lily-white hand held Yun Nuashing tightly as if she was afraid he would suddenly disappear. "I have no choice. The road is under my feet. I have to walk it." Sighing, Yun Nuashing patted her head and said, "To be honest, I like a quiet life. However, there's a reason for going to the end of the Pantheon world. As for why, I can't say because every family has its own difficulties. Nuashing, if you can't say it, don't say it." "Yuan," she said very understandingly. "Okay, little brother Nuashing, when you're leaving, let us know. We'll send you off." Jin Heng stood up and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Of course." Yun Nuashing nodded. The people he knew here were all nice and made him feel a little warm. Although he hid a lot of things during this period of time, although it was rushed, it was also a period of time that was worth treasuring. "Little boy." Seeing this, Yuan Qian's expression was a little gloomy. She wanted to say something, but couldn't open her mouth. She bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth, and the mischievous look on her face faded away. What was left was a slightly sad expression. "Little brother, you're going on your way? Bring me along. I'll go too." Lu Yi heard and smiled. "Huh." Yun Nuashing was startled. He looked at him in a daze for a while and said, "You're going out with me to gain experience?" "Yes, there's nothing important to do in Liaotinga. I've wanted to go out for a walk for a long time, but I haven't found a good opportunity. Now that you're going out, I'll go with you. With a companion on the road, I won't be lonely." Lu Yi laughed foolishly. Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How bold! The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to go with him to gain experience in the entire realm of the gods. "Little boy!" "Sister, just let him be. A man's mind is in the world. If you bind him, it will only be a kind of torture for him. What's more, little brother Nuashing also has his own things to do. Do you want him to leave regrets in his life?" Seeing that Yuan Qian wanted to say something, Yuan Qi couldn't help but sigh. He thought that she wanted to keep Yun Nuashing, so he could only persuade her. "That's right, sister. Mr. Yin also has his own things to deal with. If you like him, you should like to see him laughing in the outside world instead of imprisoning him by your side." Yuan Shui also tried to persuade her. Hearing that, Yuan Qian smiled sweetly and shook her head. They were a little stunned. However, her next sentence made everyone feel like they were struck by lightning. I want to go with little boy. When Yuan Qian said this, her face didn't turn red and her heart didn't race. It didn't seem like an impulsive decision. Her bright Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuoxing with incomparable seriousness. Cough! Yuan Shao coughed heavily and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he knew that this little girl had made up her mind and no one could change her mind, he still wanted to say something to calm her down. Everyone, there's no need to say anything. I'm very calm, I'm very serious. I want to go with little boy and the others. Yuan Qian smiled knowingly. Then she held Yun Nuoxing's hand and said with a smile, Little boy, I'm very serious about this matter. Do you agree? Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. If they didn't hear what she said, they would probably think that this was a marriage proposal. The place I want to go is a forbidden area. Chapter 286. Our destination is a forbidden zone. It's a forbidden zone with a single element theme. It's extremely dangerous. We passed by Divine Sky City on our way to Tana's Water God Temple. We're just here to rest. We've already come out of a forbidden zone. We almost died. We almost didn't see you again. The reason why we're going to the entire realm of the gods is also because of the forbidden zone. After hearing this, everyone was shocked beyond words. They all looked at Yun Nuoxing as if he was crazy. Damn it! How could you just walk into a forbidden zone like that? That kind of place of death, that kind of place of no return, the majority of people are afraid of it like a tiger. Why are you in such a hurry to jump there? Even so, do you still want to follow us? Yun Nuoxing sighed. To be honest, he was a little worried that someone would travel with him. After all, the places he and Ziyan were going to were all extremely vicious and barren places where even birds did not lay eggs. If they brought one more person, it would be more dangerous. Everyone was silent. They couldn't answer. The forbidden zone with a single element theme was widely known. Its deterrence was even greater than that of a god. It hadn't been destroyed for so many years. Who knew how many generations of lives had been taken? Many geniuses had died in order to explore the forbidden zone. They never came out again after entering. Now, nodding wasn't a matter of courage anymore. It was a choice to risk everything. It wasn't wise or desirable. Everyone looked at each other. Looking at Yun Nuoxing's helpless smile, they suddenly felt that this handsome young man was very mysterious. Yes, that's it. Seeing that Yuan Qian and Lu Yi were silent, Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. You too can stay in Divine Sky City and be a beautiful girl and a handsome man. If we come back alive one day, we'll come back to Divine Sky City to see you. Of course, that's only if we're still alive. Hearing this, Ziyan patted him and said, Don't say such ominous things. We'll be fine. Yuan Qian bit her red lips. Her eyes revealed a hint of decisiveness. Seeing her like this, everyone knew that they were in trouble. Little girl, you have to think carefully. Even we don't dare to make a trip to that place. Yuan Shao hurriedly advised, Qian, don't be rash. Those places are very dangerous. It won't be a problem for us to go there with some special means. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect you if I bring you along. How can I be at ease if something happens to you? Yun Nuoxing sighed as she patted her head. Little boy. Yuan Qian still wanted to follow him, but she was stunned by his sad eyes. She forgot to speak and let him pat her head without saying anything. You have your own great world, and we have our own world that we have to explore. Even if the road ahead is long and dangerous, and we have a slim chance of survival, we still have to go because this is our different mission. Yun Nuoxing patted her head and suddenly laughed heroically. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, I will use my hands to cut a path out. At this moment, everyone looked at Yun Nuoxing with a strange gaze. The person standing there didn't seem to be a mischievous young man, but an indomitable giant who was filled with an indelible, heroic spirit. Well, it won't be like facing a cliff anyway. Before everyone could sigh with emotion, Yun Nuashing laughed again. Damn, his style has changed. Everyone was speechless. What's wrong with me now? Yun Nuashing felt wronged after being scolded for no reason. The next day, Jin Hung sent over a bright golden card. He patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and said with a smile, "Little brother Nuashing, there's 26 billion in this card." The auction was very successful. 5% of the tax was deducted and the rest is in here. Where's the 24 billion that we agreed on? Why is there so much more? Yun Nuashing received the card and felt a little surprised. A big shot came. He surprised everyone with the offer. That's why he bid at such a high price. Jin Hung patted on his shoulder and smiled. Yun Nuashing watches Jin Hung leave. He takes out a purple golden card and an emerald green card. The former was given to him by Yuan Qian. There are as much as 400 billion in it. Yuan Qian only took less than 100 billion and gave the rest to him. The latter card is surely the part that Xiaoning lost. When he received such a huge amount of money all of a sudden, he felt that it was too unreal, and too unreal it can be said that he got rich overnight. In an instant, he became tall, rich, and handsome. No, tall, rich, and beautiful, in the palace where the Yuan family used to live. Yun Nuashing turned to glance at the room. He and Zian look at each other and smile. Then they gently close the door. They tiptoed to the main hall. As usual, they wanted to sneak out of the house while it was still early, before the first rays of the morning sun faded and no one woke up. The sky was still a little dark, so they didn't want to make anyone sad, especially Yuan Qian. They walked to the door. There was still some distance before the stairs. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the empty sofa and smiled. "Little boy, where are you going?" However, just when he thought that his plan was flawless and he could leave quietly, a light laugh came from the entrance of the palace. Under the light of the morning sun, a beautiful white figure stood gracefully by the entrance of the palace. It seemed that she had been waiting here for a long time. Oh! Yun Nuashing was shocked. The dark palace suddenly becomes bright. Suddenly there are over 10 people sitting on the sofa behind him. Everyone gets up so early. Yun Nuashing finds that almost everyone is here. He gives a hollow laugh and sticks out his tongue. Looks like Ming was right. Little boys like to run away early. Hearing this, Yuan Qian walked over with a faint smile, bringing with her a fragrant wind. She was only a few inches away from him and reached out to flick his forehead. Yun Nuashing glared fiercely at Ming Ming in his arms, but the latter stuck out her tongue coquettishly and innocently, looking as if it had nothing to do with her. He could not help but pinch her face. Not at all. Parting is so sad. The wind is blowing and the water is cold. A warrior will never return. Benefactor, even if you accompany him for 1,000 miles, you still have to part. Why don't you go back and sleep? Patting Yuan Qian's shoulder, Yun Nuashing grinned. 1,000 miles your head. Yuan Qian rolled her eyes at him, flirtatiously. Nuashing, you're treating us too much like outsiders. You're leaving and you're not even letting us send you off properly. Didn't we agree to it back then? You're going back on your word now. Yuan, she helplessly walked up from the side and sighed. Little brother Nuashing, you are too polite. Jin Hung and Chu Ilian also walked over and said, there are so many stars in the sky and so many white clouds on the ground. Yun Nuashing looks up at the sky and plays dumb. Everyone rolled their eyes when they saw this. I really feel that parting is very sad. Otherwise, I wouldn't run away in the middle of the night. Walking on the road outside the palace, Yun Nuashing looks at the 2 rising stars. The morning light has not faded and he still looks lazy. He sighs and says helplessly, but if we don't say goodbye properly, we will regret it. Yuan Qian shook her head and walks side by side with him. The group of people follows behind them in the name of letting the 2 of them spend some time alone. The morning light shines in this world. The air is still a little moist, and the grass on the side of the road is still stained with rain and dew, reflecting a little bit of light. Hearing this sentence, he once said, Yun Nuashing is a little speechless. Yuan Qian suggested that she still wanted to tag along, but he rejected her suggestion. When it came to exploring the Forbidden Zone, the more people there were, the better. He had already reached his limit by bringing 2 people with him. If he brought 2 more people with him, there might be unexpected accidents. Little boy. Yuan Qian suddenly opens her arms and hugs Yun Nuashing into her embrace. Her jade-like hands are tightly wrapped around his waist. Yun Nuashing is startled. He turns around and finds that the group is no longer behind him. They went to another road and left the 2 of them here. If only I didn't meet you. Yuan Qian suddenly says faintly with her head buried in his chest. He doesn't know what to do. His first reaction is that he did something wrong. Yuan Qian. Yun Nuashing is a little flustered. After a long time, he says, that you didn't really do that, did you? He didn't think that he will be liked by anyone. However, after spending more than a month together and hearing what Yuan Qian said today, his worldview seems to have been turned upside down. Yuan Qian doesn't say anything. She just nods and hugs him like that. After a long time, she let go of him. She touches his face with her jade-like hands and says with a smile, Forget it. What happened has happened. Yun Nuashing, listen to me. She suddenly stretches out her jade-like fingers to touch his lips. The soft touch makes his heart flutter. The change in her tone makes him straighten his back. He says in a serious voice, Go ahead. Yuan Qian smiles sweetly and says, I will pursue you. So, before you find someone you like, leave a place for me. Yun Nuashing is silent. He stares into her clear eyes. After a long time, he sighs and nods seriously and says, Okay. Seeing that he agrees, Yuan Qian smiles even more happily. She is so bright and beautiful that the sun in the sky suddenly pales in comparison. She jumps into Yun Nuashing's arms and kisses him lightly on the cheek. Yun Nuashing blushes a little after being sneak attacked at lightning speed. However, when he sees that Yuan Qian's face is also covered in crimson red, he is stunned for a moment. Let's go. Yuan Qian smiles sweetly. She holds Yun Nuashing's hand and flies towards the entrance of the self-created world. The Yuan family's original address is still some distance away from the northern city gate. Even with the group's speed, it takes them 1 or 2 hours to get there. Everyone has a tacit understanding not to ask what the 2 of them talked about or what happened. They just buried their heads in their journey. Even the curious Ming has his mouth covered by Xian's hand. When they reach the northern city gate, Yun Nuashing and the rest see a group of people gathered at the city gate. The black mass of people's heads is shaking, and the noise is so loud that it seems like it will overturn the city. Moreover, there are many cultivators floating in the sky. They are also shouting something loudly. Their voices are intertwined, causing everyone to frown. They don't know what is going on, so they quickly move closer. Why did you seal the city gate today? My caravan is still waiting outside. You can't do this. If this deal doesn't go through, I will suffer a huge loss. Why did you close the transportation portal and city gate? At least leave a path for us to get out. If you don't open the gate, do you believe that I will break into the city and leave? Amidst the clamor, Yun Nuashing caught something. It seems like the city gate was suddenly closed. In other words, no one can enter or leave the city now. What's going on? Yun Nuashing frowns, turned around, and asked. Everyone shook their heads. They didn't receive any news of the city being sealed. Why was the Divine Sky City suddenly sealed? Even the city protection barrier has been activated. Could it be that a great enemy has invaded? Everyone calm down. There is indeed a special situation today. It is hard to explain in a short time. If you want to know more, why don't you go to the square in the city center to take a look? A guard at the gate shouted loudly. Do you think the Divine Sky City is small? How long will it take to get to the city center? No way. You have to explain it to me now. Why should the city be sealed just because you say so? The crowd was unhappy and started to clamor again. This made the guard feel very troubled. He quickly turned around and shouted something. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort rang out beside everyone's ears, causing everyone to feel dizzy. The noise instantly disappeared, and they all looked at the city gate in bewilderment. Behind the guard, a young man in a gray robe walked out. His thick eyebrows were furrowed, and he had an imposing aura. He looked very imposing without being angry. He walked to the front of the crowd, cupped his hands, and said in a low voice, "I apologize for the inconvenience caused by the sudden sealing of the city. The Chi family will give an explanation later. But now, please wait for a few days. We will catch someone in the city. If you are interested, you can go to the city center to take a look. If you can provide any clues, you will be rewarded handsomely." Although this young man said this, he sounded very arrogant. No matter how people heard it, they didn't like it. Many people frowned immediately, but because of the Chi family's power, they couldn't say much. Although the young man's voice wasn't loud, it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Some people directly flung their sleeves and left angrily. They flew towards the city center, as if they wanted to find out what had happened that made the Chi family make such a big fuss. The Chi family? Sealing the city. At this moment, Yun Nuashing had a bad premonition. Chapter 287. The Chi clan, one of the 8 ancient great clans, has given the order to seal the city. How impressive! Yuan, she sneered. The Yuan clan status was on par with the 8 ancient great clans. Now that they had sealed the city with such fanfare, they were naturally displeased. The barrier of the divine sky city is very hard and contains a trace of divine might. Even an emperor god expert might not be able to break it. Furthermore, the sealing of the city should have been approved by a few major forces in the city. Otherwise, the barrier wouldn't have been opened. I wonder what the Chi clan is up to. Jean Hung frowned as he couldn't figure it out. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's heart pounded. Others didn't know why, but he could guess a little. Back in the Divine Weapon City, he had killed the 2 people from the Chi clan. Later on, the Chi clan announced that they wanted to kill Yun Nuashing. Although their target was his Ling Hong sword, the order to kill was just to give themselves a legitimate reason. Let's go to the center of the city to take a look. Yun Nuashing pursed his lips as if he didn't know anything. That's true. Everyone nodded and flew towards the center of the city. The Divine Sky City occupied a huge area. Even if they wanted to reach the center of the city, it would take some effort. On the way, Yun Nuashing and the others saw many people flying towards the center of the city, not only in the north, but in the other 3 directions as well. It seemed like the entire city was sealed. Everyone wanted to know why. In the square in the center of the city, there was a huge bounty board. On it was a piece of paper with the Chi clan's unique symbol and a portrait. It seemed like the person the Chi clan wanted to capture was this person. The Celestial Master has deduced that this person is in the Divine Sky City. The Chi clan has taken the liberty to seal the city and caused a lot of inconvenience. I apologize to everyone here. Also, if anyone knows anything about this person, you can tell us. The Chi clan will compensate you after this matter is settled. Below the bounty board, a group of people wearing the Chi clan's robe stood. The leader of the group was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He didn't bully others at all. The Celestial Master has deduced it? Impossible. With Ling Hong Jian on me, how could anyone possibly deduce my position? Upon hearing this, Yun Nuashing felt that it was ridiculous. Ling Hongjian could conceal his aura, so how could anyone deduce his location? No, wait a minute. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His face froze, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He remembered the day when Ling Hongjian had broken through. His energy was turbulent, and he had been away for a long time. That was the only chance the Chi family had to find him. That's enough. Don't tell me that you're constantly trying to deduce my position. Yun Nuashing frowned and sighed. That was indeed the case for the Chi clan. Ever since Ling Hongjian was born and taken away by Yun Nuoxing, they had been looking for people to deduce Yun Nuoxing's position without stopping. That time when Ling Hongjian left, they had indeed managed to locate him. However, the journey was long, and the Qi clan's headquarters was in the southern plains of the Divine Lands. Even if they used the teleportation gate, it still took them a long time to reach the Divine Sky City. Looking at the largest portrait that occupied the headlines, Yun Nuoxing could only be thankful that the portrait wasn't drawn clearly. However, he had drawn the 6 black wings. Luckily, he hadn't spread his wings during this period of time. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Looking at the groups of people below, he shuddered. If so many people surrounded him, he wouldn't be able to keep his life. Who is this person? Why is the Qi clan spending so much effort to catch him? Yuan, she couldn't help but ask as he looked at the portrait. Jin Hung frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Do you remember the incident at the Divine Weapon City that caused an uproar a few years ago? It was said that 2 people from the Qi clan died in the Divine Weapon City. After that, the news of Ling Hongjian's birth spread. The entire divine world probably knew about this. That person took Ling Hongjian away, and the Qi clan issued a kill order in the name of righteousness. On the surface, they said that they wanted to kill him, but in reality, they wanted to snatch Ling Hongjian away." Yuan Shao nodded and said, "The birth of a divine weapon is unavoidable, especially the 12 divine swords in the divine weapon ranking, divine sword record. There hasn't been news of their birth for a long time. This time, Ling Hongjian's birth will make many ancient forces active. Ling Hongjian is known as the Sword of Time and Space. The first news of its birth was in the ancient times. Originally, it was forged by a certain divine spirit using all his means to condense the power of time and space. After this sword was born, everyone's power of time and space was useless. The time and space within millions of miles were shattered. It can easily tear the void apart. It is also known as the Sword of Time and Space. Ling Hongjian has been born a few times. Every time, it attracted countless forces and countless experts to fight for it. Every time, blood flowed like a river. However, there was no news of it being subdued. After so many years, I heard that Ling Hongjian was weakened by someone." Yuan Shao said slowly, "This was all recorded in the ancient books. It's not just weakened, its spiritual root is broken, and half of its spirituality has dissipated. It's almost crippled." Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Now he still had to repair Ling Hongjian. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. A divine weapon was forced to such a state. Does the Yuan clan also want to obtain Ling Hongjian? Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and asked, "Of course, everyone has their own thoughts. Of course, everyone has the same idea. Obtaining the Ling Hongjian is equivalent to obtaining a very solid backing. In the future, when the enemy invades, they will have one more way to deal with it. Moreover, a divine weapon can create an immortal inheritance force. Of course, this is just a thought. The Ling Hongjian has appeared so many times. Other than fighting for it once, the Yuan clan has never joined in the fun again. That time, the gains did not make up for the losses, so many people in the clan gave up." Yuan Shao nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, "Moreover, Ling Hongjian should not be subdued now." Why? Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand. Ling Hongjian left with that person. It might have already recognized its master. Moreover, think about it. Why would Ling Hongjian leave with that person? In the past, no one dared to make a move against it. In the end, it left by itself. Yuan Shao smiled faintly and said mysteriously. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then they frowned and thought hard. Did they meet each other's eyes? Because it has no strength to resist. It has already been subdued? Everyone thought for a long time and could only think of these few possibilities. They all said it one after another, but Yuan Shao shook his head. Why is that? Sixth uncle, don't keep us in suspense. Seeing him acting mysterious, Yuan Qian couldn't help but pat him. Yuan Shao smiled and said, actually, this is also my guess. Or perhaps it's the guess of most people. It's not impossible for Ling Hongjian to be subdued. However, there's only hope if those gods make a move. Therefore, I think that person should be the forger of Ling Hongjian. Or rather, he has some relationship with the forger. The forger of Ling Hongjian. Everyone was stunned. Then they all shook their heads at the same time. Sixth uncle, how is that possible? It's said that Ling Hongjian was forged in an era even older than the Archean era. It's been 2 eras. The third. This era is about to end in half an era. How can it be the forger? Is that person still alive? Yuan, she shook his head. Oh, this is only one of the possibilities. Rather, it's very likely. Other than that, perhaps the only explanation is that Ling Hongjian and that person met each other's eyes. Yuan Shao nodded and said. Hearing this, everyone was in disbelief. They didn't think that anyone could live for so long. 60 or 70 eras. Even the gods had been dead for so long. Could there really be someone in this world who could live for so long? Knowing that they couldn't leave the city for a while, everyone could only return to the palace and wait for the Qi family to open the door. Yun Nuoxing was quite happy. The Qi family couldn't possibly seal the divine Sky City forever. If she didn't appear for a long time, they would open the door sooner or later. Then they could leave. Of course, everyone knew this idea. Yuan Qian was very happy because Yun Nuoxing couldn't leave for the time being. She could spend more time with him. He dragged a group of people out every day to eat, drink, and have fun on the streets. This made everyone helpless and scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was now a serious criminal. It was very scary for him to walk out so casually, although he had Shuiyan skin and could change his appearance, and the blurry image made it even harder for people to recognize him. He couldn't be sure that he wouldn't be seen through if he kept walking outside. Under the influence of psychological effects, he changed his clothes. He changed out of the black windbreaker that he always wore and changed into a white shirt and a cape. Qian, why do we not go out? After half a month, the city gate still didn't show any signs of opening. Although some people complained, they didn't say much because of the Qi family's power. Those who had nothing to do started to look for Yun Nuoxing in the divine Sky City. The small number of search teams increased exponentially. Every day, people could see people flying around in the sky. Many of them couldn't wait to find Yun Nuoxing and ask the Qi family to open the city gate. Under such a tense atmosphere, many people couldn't take it anymore. They couldn't leave, and they couldn't teleport. The angry crowd could only desperately search for people in the divine Sky City. Of course, there were also people who went for the reward. The Qi family had been heavy-handed, and the reward made many people jealous. Today, when he saw Yuan Qian trying to pull him out again, Yun Nuoxing immediately lost his composure. They didn't know, but he knew that the person the Qi family was looking for was him. He was really like an ant on a hot pan now, very worried that he would be caught just like that. What are you afraid of? The Qi family isn't looking for you. Let's play. Yuan Qian smiled. When she said Tianji, he was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. Qian. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing could not help but raise his voice a little. He grabbed the soft jade hand in his palm and pulled it back. He looked at the beautiful face in front of him that was filled with confusion and said, as if he was begging, "Let's not go out, okay?" Little boy, seeing him like this, although Yuan Qian was confused, she knew that she shouldn't force him. She could only nod obediently. "Okay, let's not go out." Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. The Yuan family and the Qi family weren't friends. Yuan Qi had tried to talk to them, but the Qi family didn't buy it at all. They said that they wouldn't give up until they caught Yun Nuoxing. This gave Yun Nuoxing a headache. If this continued, they would be caught sooner or later. Everyone was a little confused when they saw him like this. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Late at night, Yun Nuashing looked at the scarlet crescent moon in the sky. The cool night sky was filled with tension, which made him feel a little uneasy. Even at night, he could see people flying across the night sky. With a sigh, he called Xian over. "Xingxing, what's wrong?" Hearing the call from the soul, Xian almost ran to the top of the palace. Her plump breasts were heaving up and down, but she still said with a smile. Yun Nuashing was stunned and found it a little funny. He just called her over. There was no need to be like this, right? He didn't say that it was urgent. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. Ming wasn't there either. Then he nodded. Then he suddenly covered Xian's mouth and shushed her to quiet down. Xian was slightly shocked when her mouth was suddenly covered, but she didn't do anything. She believed that he wouldn't hurt her. When she saw his serious expression, she knew that he had something to say, so she nodded. "Listen carefully. This is just in case. I haven't told you about this yet." Yun Nuashing's mouth was close to Xian's ear. He opened his mouth and said in an almost inaudible voice. When she heard this, Xian's Mei-Mao widened her eyes. She had been looking around today and didn't hear what others were saying. Now that she heard him say this, she was so scared that she couldn't speak. When Yun Nuashing finished speaking, she still hadn't recovered. "If something happens to me, you take Ming with you. Go take care of her. Don't worry about me. Go there. No one can touch you." Yun Nuashing patted her head and smiled. "No, Hearing this, Xian came back to her senses. She hurriedly opened her mouth, but Yun Nuashing covered her mouth again. "Don't put on a touching scene of life and death. I might not be in trouble. I'm just arranging a backup plan in advance. Be good." Yun Nuashing patted her head again and said seriously. Chapter 288. Yen returned to her room in a mess. Looking at Ming Ming, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, Yen could not help but sigh. Her jade-like hands were tightly clasped together, and she felt a little helpless. All along, it had been Yun Nuashing who had brought her to explore. Whether it was the Earth Grotto or Divine Sky City, she had not helped at all. From the moment they met, she knew that Yun Nuashing had saved her family and prevented the Xian family from being destroyed. He had also given her a new lease of life. Although Yun Nuashing had always said that she had saved his life and that this debt of gratitude could never be repaid, she thought that the debt of saving his life could be repaid with the two things that happened to her and her family. Moreover, she knew that Yun Nuashing wouldn't die at that time. Although she said that she wanted to accompany him on his journey, she actually wanted to help him. Although she wasn't strong enough, she had such thoughts. When she found out that she had the legendary 5 elements body and could continue to cultivate, she was very happy because she could help him a little. She thought so from the bottom of her heart, but the result made her feel helpless. She was still too weak and couldn't help him at all. Now he was close to a disaster, but she still couldn't help him. She could only listen to his arrangements and couldn't do anything. If only I hadn't lost my powers back then. Her delicate body curled up on the bed. Her small body stretched out her alluring curves. She looked at Ming Ming, who was sleeping soundly, and sighed. In the dark red night sky, his white robe fluttered in the wind and reflected the crimson color. Yun Nuashing looked up at the red crescent moon and couldn't help but smile. The Qi family. The next morning, Yun Nuashing woke everyone up and said that he wanted to go out and play. He had been cooped up in the palace for 10 days and didn't go out. Everyone felt that they were going to grow moldy. "You're disturbing our sleep." Everyone looked at him bitterly and almost threw a pillow at him. "How can you say that?" Yun Nuashing put his hands on his hips and grinned. "Young people should go out more often. Don't stay at home all the time. Let's go to the stone workshop and play." "Damn, you said that we don't go out." Everyone was furious and threw a pillow at him. "There are so many stars in the sky. There are so many white clouds on the ground." Everyone was infuriated. "Come on." Yuan Qian was also in a daze. When she heard that he wanted to go out to play, she was so excited that she jumped up. She hugged him and spun around a few times before she went to wash up in satisfaction. When Zian was woken up, he had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. His peerless face looked a little disfigured, but it was a different kind of feeling. Yun Nuashing stared at him for a long time without holding back, as if she wanted to remember the scene, which made the girl feel embarrassed. Ma, why are you like this? Was he still asleep? Or are you worried about what I said last night? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yun Nuashing patted her head without blushing and stroking her soft purple hair, and said with a smile, "It's really okay." "If it's okay, he wouldn't have arranged so many things," Zian muttered when she heard this. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Yun Nuashing channeled his spiritual energy and soul energy into her body to eliminate her fatigue. Her beautiful face returned to its original state. She looked radiant and beautiful, and every frown and smile could soften one's heart. He stared at her for a while longer before leaving. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the hall. They looked at the unusually excited Yun Nuashing and thought that he had taken the wrong medicine. Why couldn't he let them sleep more? He, little star, asked us out to play. Only Yuan Qian was the happiest. She was so excited that her 9 sisters-in-law were speechless. Zian was also very gloomy. No one knew, but she vaguely guessed something. She looked at Yun Nuashing, who was standing at the door with a bright face, and felt a little heartache. The group of people flew directly towards the direction of the stone square street. Because the entire city was in a state of panic from the search, there were not many people on the stone square street. It was no longer bustling with activity. Most of the people had gone to search for the missing person. There were also some elders walking around the stone square street. They did not seem to be interested in the Qi family's matter of sealing the city. Some people's faces turned green when they saw Yun Nuashing walking over. After the previous 2 incidents, almost everyone recognized this young man who had cut out rare treasures. Now that he was here, they wondered if he was going to make a move again. Why are all their faces so dark? Yuan Qian asked curiously. Many people in the stone workshops saw them walking over. They were just short of writing, "You're not welcome," on their faces. How can my face not be dark here? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing laughed sinisterly. Everyone couldn't wait for him to disappear here, but they were also very happy to have him as a guest. What was surprising was that Jin Heng, Yao Ling, and Chu Ilian were all here. Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. He didn't know why so many people were here. "Yuan, she asked us to come." Jin Heng patted his shoulder calmly. However, Yun Nuashing didn't find anything he was satisfied with after walking around a few large manors. Other than Xian crystals, the things he could give away were some materials, herbs he didn't recognize, or things he couldn't see clearly. However, the people behind him didn't have a blacksmith, an alchemist, or, of course, an alchemist. They avoided the 3 elements of metal, fire, and gold very well during this period. He also went to the Yu family stone workshop because he was still thinking about the black stone. However, the result was a little disappointing. The goddess of the Yu family hadn't returned yet. He didn't know where she went with the stone, which made him feel very regretful. "Little boy, you didn't buy anything after shopping for the whole morning." Walking on the street, Yuan Qian couldn't help but complain. "Aha, don't you girls go shopping just to look around?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Moreover, there are no blacksmiths or alchemists among us. I saw something good, but it's useless to buy it. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it." After saying this, he spread out his hands innocently. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. However, they also felt that it made sense. Since they couldn't use it, it was useless to buy it. "I can't help it. In the Yuan family, our bloodline is basically made up of wood and earth elements. Only Shui, and Shir have water and wind elements," Yuan Qian muttered. "Then let's just look around." Yun Nuashing spread out his hands helplessly and continued walking. He entered the Qi family's stone workshop again. When the people of the Qi family's stone workshop saw him, it was as if they had seen the plague. They couldn't just close the door and not let him in. The stones were clearly priced and could be bought as long as one paid the price. However, when they saw him, they could only pinch their ears and let him in. The old man and the crystallizer master had already left. Many of the Qi family's upper echelons had also arrived. They had also been urgently called over. The divine manor was empty, and there wasn't anyone there. Yun Nuashing casually bought a dozen stones. He didn't even cut them open. Through the evil spirit eye, he could see that there were good things inside. He directly distributed them to everyone. Then he swaggered out of the stone workshop, causing the people of the Qi family's stone workshop to gnash their teeth in anger. However, they didn't know what was inside those stones. Just as they walked out of the Qi family's stone workshop, a group of people walked towards them. There were two people behind them. Yun Nuashing was no stranger to them. Naturally, there were the old man and the crystallizer master. This meant that this group of people was probably from the Qi family. Even Yuan Shao couldn't help but frown when he saw them. There were many young people in this group of people. However, with Yun Nuashing's extraordinary soul power, he could naturally detect how much power was contained in these young people's bodies. Some of them were even stronger than Yuan Shao's. It seemed that they were a group of god-level old monsters. In the center of this group of people was a white-haired, stooped old man. This old man was leaning on a dragon-headed cane. He looked senile, and his skin was stacked layer upon layer. He was as dry as a skeleton. No one knew how old he was. Yun Nuashing glanced at them and hurriedly led his people to the other side. At this critical moment, he didn't want to see the Qi family's upper echelons. He didn't want to be recognized. That brat over there. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to leave, the old man stomped his dragon-headed cane on the ground. His hoarse voice was as unpleasant as the cry of a crow. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing cursed loudly. However, he didn't turn around. His body didn't even show any signs of stopping. He also didn't have any intention of speeding up. He just walked calmly, as if he didn't hear anything. Everyone was stunned. "Little fellow, please wait a moment." At this moment, a young man suddenly flashed in front of them. He smiled at him and said, "Senior, you called for me?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing stopped in his tracks. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "May I know what Senior is looking for me for?" "It's not a big deal. I just wanted to take up a few minutes of your time." The young man waved his hand and smiled warmly. Yun Nuashing nodded. The immortal energy in his body started to circulate silently. He knew that his identity had been exposed. Elder Qi. Behind him, a young man nodded at the old man and made an inviting gesture. As for the old man, he had opened his eyes at some point in time and was staring at Yun Nua. There was even a formation floating around him, as if he was detecting something. "Senior, may I know what happened?" Yuan Qian asked nervously when she saw this. Yuan Shao also stood beside Yun Nuashing at her signal. "Haha, it's nothing. I just want to verify something." Hearing this, the young man in front of him smiled and waved his hand. Yun Nuashing sighed. His heart started to beat rapidly. He clenched his fists in his sleeves and quietly gathered his immortal energy. When everyone saw this, they were a little confused. They didn't know when they had offended the Qi family. Moreover, weren't they busy looking for someone in the city? Why did they have the time to stop them? When Xian saw this, she couldn't help but clench her fists. She knew that things might have really come to that point. After a few minutes, the young man waved his hand and shouted, "How is Elder Qi?" When the old man heard the shout, he silently moved his fingers. After a while, he sighed and closed his eyes. He shook his head and said no. When he heard the rejection, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. However, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. He felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that the old man was a celestial master, but he couldn't see through Ling Hongjian's disguise. Haha, I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long. When he heard this, the young man smiled apologetically and left immediately. Everyone was puzzled. After waving his hand, Yun Nuashing led everyone away. He was in no hurry, although he couldn't wait to leave this place. If he was in a hurry, someone might notice something. Just as they took a few steps, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Yun Nuashing and the others and spat out a sentence uncontrollably. The aura of a divine weapon. Chapter 289. When their identities were exposed, most people would try to cover it up. They might even be able to escape with their glib tongues. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was always ugly. What would the remaining few people do? If they didn't cower, they would just do it. Therefore, the moment the old man's voice fell, the temperature in Yun Nuashing's heart gradually decreased. Without even thinking, the thumb and middle finger of his right hand were pressed together, and he snapped his fingers forcefully. Ta! Boom! A purple pillar of fire that was 10 feet wide erupted from where the old man and the others were standing. The blazing waves of fire increased the temperature by dozens of times, melting the floor and the nearby stones in an instant. Go! Yun Nuashing's expression was ferocious as he shouted at Xian. He took out the sun god bow and aimed it at the pillar of fire. He drew the bow fully and placed a green long sword on it. Dazzling golden energy gathered on the long sword like a vortex, turning it into a golden long sword. Then he shot it at the pillar of fire. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded, shattering the bluestone paved floor. Cracks that were a few meters wide spread out like a spider web. The surrounding manor gates were blown away. Little boy! The sudden movement gave everyone a fright. Before they could react, they felt their vision tremble. Yuan Shao also pulled everyone away in an instant, leading them to escape far away. That attack contained a terrifying amount of energy. Even he would not feel good if he was hit by it. Damn it! Yun Nuashing roared and jumped into the sky. He knew that this attack definitely wouldn't kill them, but he wanted to weaken them. He didn't care whether he was injured or not. He took out another long sword and placed it on the sun god bow. The purple night flame carried the energy of heaven and earth and entered the long sword, making it look like a small star. He shot it out without hesitation, leaving a long purple gold tail behind. It was very dazzling in the divine sky city. Boom! A firestorm that was tens of thousands of feet wide erupted in an instant. Looking down from above, the firestorm seemed to connect the heavens and the earth like a miracle. The firestorm raged, and the destructive ripples spread out like ripples. On the street of the stone workshop, those incomparably sturdy manors collapsed at this moment. If it weren't for the energy barrier, the many people inside would have been turned to ashes the moment they came into contact with the destructive ripples. The destructive shock waves spread out for nearly 10,000 meters. Within 10,000 meters, nearly half of the buildings collapsed. The 100-meter-wide cracks spread out, destroying the entire area. The forest in the city was annihilated in an instant. Little boy, are you crazy? Seeing this scene, Yuan Qian couldn't help but yell at the top of her voice. But in the next moment, her pretty face turned pale with fright. In the sky above the divine sky city, Yun Nuashing slowly opened his 6 light purple wings. Endless wind elements turned into a gust of wind that lifted him up. Purple flames circled around his body, making him look like a god that had descended. Nuashing, Brother Nuashing he's actually the person the Qi family is looking for? This overly obvious sign caused everyone to turn pale with fright. Now they understood why Yun Nuashing did not want to go out. It turned out that the person the Qi family was looking for was him. He already knew, but everyone didn't understand. Why did he have to come out now? Wasn't he walking right into their trap? Go. Don't bother with me. Go back. Seeing that Yuan Qian and the rest were still standing at the same spot, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roar. The Yuan family status was on par with the Qi family. The latter wouldn't dare to do anything to them. But now he had to run away quickly. Waving his hands, Yun Nuashing put away his two long swords. Light elements surged. Yun Nuashing directly flew towards the city gate. Surging light particles surrounded him. At this moment, his speed reached the maximum. But he didn't dare to directly reach the speed of light because that would cause too much damage. Little boy, sixth uncle, quickly chased after him. Seeing that he had left, Yuan Qian hurriedly shouted. She even patted Yuan Shao and asked him to hurry up. Little girl, do you want the Yuan family to start a war with the Qi family? Yuan Shao laughed bitterly. However, he didn't hesitate and led everyone in the direction of Yun Nuashing. Not long after they left, a few powerful and vast auras came out of the firestorm and quickly became clear. A moment later, the firestorm suddenly paused. Then, a vast energy surged out from the firestorm and forcefully reversed the firestorm, causing it to dissipate. As the firestorm dissipated, the young man who blocked Yun Nuashing just now slowly appeared. Behind him, the Qi family members were unharmed. It's really that kid. The young man patted his charred sleeves and chuckled. Although he still had a warm appearance, everyone could hear the chilling intent contained in his laughter. Ling Hongjian is definitely with that kid. The seer called Elder Qi nodded. He had sensed the aura of the god weapon just now. It couldn't be wrong. Hearing this, the young man nodded and opened his mouth to let out a sharp whistle. Whistle! Whistle! Everyone from the Qi family listened to my orders. Hurry to the North City Gate and capture the intruder. I don't care if he's dead or alive. The whistle spread throughout the entire Divine Sky City. At this moment, everyone looked towards the north. Combined with the fluctuation that they had sensed just now, everyone's heart skipped a beat. After sealing the city for almost a month, did they finally find that person? At this moment, countless people rushed into the sky and flew towards the north of the Divine Sky City. There were those who wanted to join in the fun, and of course, there were also those who harbored evil intentions. Everyone wanted to get their hands on a godly item like Ling Hongjian. Damn it! Hearing this whistle, Yun Nuashing shouted angrily. The light elements became denser, and she increased her speed to a safe level. She flew towards the city gate at full speed. Now that there were people coming from all directions, she couldn't fly in another direction. She would be intercepted halfway, so she could only rush towards the north gate. However, in order to break through the barrier of the Divine Sky City, she had to be at least an emperor god. Furthermore, she couldn't conceal herself now. Since she could be found once, she could be found a second time. Perhaps the second time she was found, the Qi family would already be fully armed. She had to rush out before their combat power was fully united. Ling Hongjian can shield heaven's secrets. There's no reason for it to be found. Thinking of the scene just now, Yun Nuashing wanted to turn around and kill that old man who wouldn't die. I don't know either, Ziyi said. Now that it was extremely urgent, she might have to use her power. Damn it, be careful that I don't cripple all of you with my sword. Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth fiercely. She touched her forearm with her palm, and a frightening, crazed expression appeared in her eyes. A wall of people had formed at the northern city gate because they had heard the howl. Many cultivators, regardless of whether they were from the Qi family or not, floated in the sky and looked towards the south. They had rushed over as soon as they heard the news. Because they were close by, they had already gathered before they arrived at Yun Nua planet. Get out of my way! Seeing a few hundred people gathering in front, Yun Nuashing's heart sank. She took out her Fengtian halberd. Without slowing down, she wrapped the purple night flame around her and charged towards the crowd. Now, she kept the light elements in case her second identity was exposed and there would be even more trouble. Hearing this, the people from the Qi family on the city wall sneered. They pushed out chariots calmly, filled with arrows and crossbows. However, these weren't ordinary arrows. They were specially used to restrain cultivators. They could even injure immortal experts to a certain extent. Ta. Frowning, Yun Nuashing snapped her fingers. The purple night flame erupted from the void and burned the chariots. Screams sounded from the city wall, and the flames in the sky seemed to connect into a wall. In the end, she stopped. The people in front of her blocked the barrier behind her. There were people from the Qi family, and there were also people who coveted Ling Hongjian. However, she couldn't start a massacre. Thinking back, she was stunned for half a day when she killed someone. How could she kill until blood flowed like a river? Everyone, I don't have any bad intentions. This is just a personal grudge between me and the Qi family. Can you let me out? Although she didn't have much hope, Yun Nuashing still tried to negotiate, hoping that there wouldn't be a fight. Sure, just leave Ling Hongjian behind. Hearing this, everyone laughed, and the sarcasm in their voices were not concealed at all. Sigh, why do you have to force people to the end, everyone? You know that Ling Hongjian has intercourse with me. How can you take it out? Yun Nuashing shook her head and said indifferently, No problem, just leave your life behind. A cultivator from the Qi family sneered, and the others laughed in agreement. We don't care about the grudge between you and the Qi family, but we want to see Ling Hongjian. Little brother, you're still young. Why do you have to do this? Hand over Ling Hongjian, and you'll have a vast world behind you. Yun Nuashing sighed. It seemed that it was useless to communicate. This group of people who had seen something fishy wouldn't stop until they had a taste of it. There's not much time left. I'll get rid of it quickly. Gritting her teeth, Yun Nuashing raised her hand and snapped her fingers. In the void, balls of purple flames suddenly exploded, forming a gorgeous purple sea of fire. Terrifying heat spread out, and the temperature of this world suddenly rose by a few hundred times. Wherever one's eyes could see, there was a sense of distortion in the space. The scorching heat spread through the air, enveloping an area of 1,000 feet around the city gate. Those who were close to it were forced to retreat by the extreme heat. Yun Nuashing pointed the heavenly halberd at the barrier, ignoring those people. With the purple night flame, they didn't dare to casually charge over. The purple night flame poured into the heavenly halberd, dyeing it light purple. Yun Nuashing's figure flashed, and she rushed towards the city gate, her halberd fiercely stabbing at the barrier. Bang! The dull sound of the collision caused ripples to spread out continuously. It was actually so hard that it had no boundaries. The energy was all bounced back by the soft touch on the surface. How strange! Frowning slightly, Yun Nuashing waved her hand, and the heavenly halberd smashed onto the barrier again. The purple night flame spewed out, sticking to the golden barrier. This time, the energy wasn't reflected. The scorching heat caused ripples to spread rapidly on the barrier. Where do you think you're going? Just as the barrier was shaking a little, a young man's cold voice sounded from behind her. Following the cold voice, there was a current of energy mixed with a sonic boom. Damn it! Yun Nuashing smacked her lips, turned around instantly, and looked at the white current of energy that was shooting towards her. She swept her heavenly halberd fiercely, and a halberd light that contained the purple night flame shot out towards the current of energy. Boom! The two currents of energy clashed together, and the white current of energy became a little illusory due to the scorching heat. Although the amount of energy it contained wasn't large enough, with the help of the extreme heat, it was able to withstand the attack, and the two currents of energy were annihilated. The Divine Sky City's barrier can withstand the full force attack of an Emperor God. Don't even think about leaving today. The young man stood at the edge of the sea of fire and laughed coldly. On his palm, a ball of golden energy slowly condensed, and there was also a ball of azure, blue, and fiery red energy revolving around it. 3 elements. Looking at the ball of energy, Yun Nuashing was shocked. However, she calmed down after a while. Xian Yin had said that God-level people would choose to accommodate new elements in their bodies, surpassing the full-force attack of an emperor god. Yun Nuoxing gritted her teeth. Ling Hongjian's greatest power wasn't enough. She could either use the swirling zither directly, or use the purple night flame to burn it all. Young man, why are you being so stubborn? You're going to die either way. Why don't you just do it? Just as he was deep in thought, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from behind him. It made his hair stand on end. This person was so close to him, but he didn't detect him. A sharp gust of wind swept past his head. Yun Nuoxing's body turned cold. The divine light mirror flew out of his palm uncontrollably, and a beam of golden light enveloped him. At the same time, the heavenly halberd swept across in front of him. Bang! Pft. The gust of wind hit Yun Nuoxing. Although the golden energy barrier helped to block most of the damage, a small part of it still landed on his body. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the heavenly halberd, which was covered in faint purple flames, drew a line of blood. Yun Nuoxing immediately retreated. He clutched his chest and coughed. The attack of an emperor god of hell should have turned him into ashes, but the divine light mirror had blocked a portion of the energy, so it wasn't enough to take his life. Little boy, at this moment, Yuan Qian and the rest arrived. When they saw Yun Nuoxing spit out a mouthful of blood, they wanted to rush over. However, they were stopped by Yuan Shao. Little girl, you can't go. I'll go. Yuan Shao threw her back. Then his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beside Yun Nuoxing. Uncle Shao, didn't I ask you to bring them back? When he saw Yuan Shao coming over, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was trembling because of that attack. Yuan Shao waved his hand and cupped his hands at the young man. He said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, I'm Yuan Shao of the Yuan family. Can you let this matter go for the sake of the Yuan family? This little fellow has done a great favor for the Yuan family." When he heard this, the young man looked at Yun Nuoxing in surprise. He obviously didn't expect him to be related to the Yuan family. The Yuan family? I, Chi Su, have met a few of the grand elders of the Yuan family. I'll definitely apologize to them after this. The young man nodded. Then he suddenly changed the topic and said coldly, "However, this kid killed a member of the Qi family. This matter can't be settled in private." When he heard this, Yun Nuoxing's body trembled. He sneered and said, "Pft, if you want Ling Hongjian, just say so. Why are you bringing up those two pieces of trash? They deserve to die. I've already spared them once." When everyone heard how stubborn he was, they couldn't help but sigh. The Qi family had made such a big fuss today, and even a few grand elders had come. Wasn't he courting death by saying this? "Fellow Taoist, must you make our relationship so tense?" When he heard this, Yuan Shao's voice also sank. His precious niece wanted to protect Yun Nuoxing. It was impossible for him to remain silent. "Mr. Yuan Shao, I hope that an outsider like you won't interfere in the affairs of the Qi family. Our two families don't have any dealings with each other. Today, I'll make it clear that we must kill this kid. Think about it. At worst, our two families can just go to war." Chi Su sneered and didn't give in at all. Yuan Shao frowned. He didn't expect Chi Su to be so firm and leave no room for negotiation. Although the Yuan family wasn't afraid of the Qi family, if they really went to war, it wouldn't be good for either family. "Then I'll also make it clear that the Yuan family will protect Yun Nuoxing." Yuan Shao threw caution to the wind. Yun Nuoxing saved Yuan Shui and was Yuan Qian's lover. These two relationships made him very decisive. The Yuan family is so bold. When he heard this, Chi Su's cold smile became even colder. The surrounding space fluctuated due to the fluctuation of his mood, and a powerful aura quietly condensed. When the people in the city heard this, they were a little speechless. They didn't expect that two ancient forces would go to war over a young man. Was this the first shot to fight for Ling Hongjian? Uncle Shao, don't be like this. Yun Nuoxing tugged at his sleeve and shook her head. She said, You don't have to make the relationship between the two families like this because of me. Go back. I have a way to solve the problem here. I'll leave Zian and the others to you. Qian, that's enough. Don't be like this. If this goes on, it won't be good for the Yuan family. Don't worry, I have a way. After that, he transmitted his voice to Yuan Qian. Then he slapped Yuan Shao's back, and a gentle force directly pushed him towards Yuan Qian and the others. Little guy. When he heard this, Yuan Shao was puzzled. However, he was locked down by the force that contained the power of a divine weapon. He couldn't break free, and could only watch as he was pushed back. Little boy. Seeing this scene, Yuan Qian's face turned pale. She wanted to get away and go to Yun Nuoxing's side, but Zian stopped her. Zian. Yuan Qian was shocked. Although it was easy for her to break free, she didn't know why she had to do this. Sister Yuan Qian, I'm sorry. Xingxing emphasized that I have to keep an eye on you. You can't go over. Zian forced a smile and knocked Yuan Qian unconscious. Little boy. The last thing Mei Mao saw was Yun Nuoxing's proud face. She seemed to have seen him smile at her. Zian's slender neck moved, and he gently hugged the unconscious Yuan Qian. He gently patted her head and handed her over to Yuan Qi and the others. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was alone in the sky, and clenched her fists tightly. Xingxing, please be safe. Little brother Nuoxing. After taking Yuan Qian, Yuan Qi laughed bitterly. He looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was holding the halberd and had an unyielding expression. Then he looked at her like everyone else. He didn't understand why things suddenly turned out this way. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, Zian laughed bitterly and said, I only found out about this yesterday. Although I knew that Ling Hongjian was with Xingxing, I didn't know that the Qi family was after it. Xingxing also reminded me of something last night. Everyone laughed bitterly and looked anxiously at the sky. It was difficult to mediate the current situation. They could only hope that Yun Nuoxing was fine,